your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Yes. We have made it to Thursday. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, taking up to 2 p.m. And it's been a beautiful week, I would say. Not too hot. We got to get to one of our beautiful Natomas parks for a little bit longer than I would have liked yesterday. But, this is the time to do it. No sports are on besides NBA Summer League, and the Kings move to 4-0. They do it in impressive fashion. We are keeping an eye on the point differential. We may or may not, based on the schedule, get some little bit of confirmation or more confirmation towards the end of the show based on the games and when they get going. So we will keep you locked in on that. And obviously, look, we'll have the shut down Nique Clifford conversation. I think that conversation does change if for some reason the other teams that were undefeated have a better point differential, and the Kings, that last game is not really for anything. As maybe insignificant as some people think a Summer League championship is, I would say that a game that doesn't even have those implications is even more insignificant. And to me, shutting down Nique Clifford is not necessarily about a fear of anything, injury, something like that. It's almost as if, hey, you did a good job, right? You've proven you are as advertised, and you've proven you are what we were hoping that you would be. The same thing happens, right? In I've seen it in high school, and you have different tryouts where, hey, you're good, right? You see a freshman try out, and he's with the freshman team or the JV team. Oh, yeah, you don't need to be here. You do not need to be here, right? And it's not a matter of we're afraid something could happen, because that happens every time you're on the court. Paul George had needed another surgery type deal, and that was just based on a recent workout. So anything can happen, and you can't be afraid of that. You have to go into every game. You have to go into every day when you're an athlete for your career, just understanding that. So to me, the shutting down thing is less about a fear and more about showing Nique Clifford and almost congratulating him on a really good summer league, right? And other guys like the Cooper Flags of the world. Hey, that might be a little bit of a combination, but more so, hey, you are who we hoped you'd be. We don't need to see anymore, right? We don't need to evaluate anymore. So we'll see what happens there. We will keep you locked in on all of it. The Maxim Reno interview is coming up at the bottom of the hour. A lot of people were impressed, and I'm gonna be completely honest with you. It was happening during the end of our show or during our show, and then I drove home. I'm listening to it live with you when we replay it at the bottom of the hour, and I'm excited to watch it, and I wanted to do it like this to kind of get a live reaction the same way everybody else did, and then go ahead and react to it. Scott Perry, that sit down with Sean Cunningham, I did get a chance to go through all of that yesterday, and it's outstanding stuff. Go check out KCRA.com, and it's up there. Go check out Sean Cunningham and the KCRA YouTube. It's posted there as well. There were a lot of Scott Perry interviews that came out, and I feel like Sacramento media in general did a good job of, I don't know if it was intentional or unintentional. Every interview is different. Some are more based on getting to know Scott Perry. Some are more based on trying to maybe get some information on where this thing is going. And Sean kind of took the approach of the latter with the mix of everything. So great stuff there. He talks about Malik Monk. We hear from the horse's mouth about Malik Monk, Keegan Murray, and Keon Ellis. So we're breaking all that down for you. If we had to predict today what that Kings starting five lineup would look like, I think we have a fairly good idea, but there are a couple, and rotation as well, but there are a couple situations where, one thing or another thing may change. Also, there is an op-ed piece going around. This is by LeBron Antonio Hill of the Sacramento Bee, and it is quite interesting. Okay, it's an opinion article. Let me get that out the way. It's an op-ed from LeBron Hill, who is an opinion writer for the Sacramento Bee and a member of its editorial board. And he is facing a little bit of backlash, I would say, from the Bay Area side of things. I don't know that I've seen a ton from the Sacramento side of things, but let's just go with this. The name of the article is "Let's Go Oakland Chants at A's Games Kill the Vibe If You Love Sacramento." So that's coming up towards the end of the show, and we're going to open up the phone lines and basically ask whether you agree with LeBron or not, because I do think he makes some good points. I'm just not sure if the way he kind of lays it all out is how I would approach it. So I'm really excited. I know a lot of you have been to A's games. And do you feel some type of way when they're chanting "Let's Go Oakland," right? Do you feel like you're kind of stuck in the middle of a fight that's not really your fight? Or does it annoy you? Or do you not care because you understand the situation? Where do you fall? And he goes on to say that he tried to counter and say, "Let's go Sacramento A's." And some people didn't like that. Some people may or may not have told him to bleep off in so many words. So I'm really excited about that. We still have the Juwan Jennings stuff to get to, and we're going to have a little bit of fun as we discuss Cam Newton versus Jalen Hurts. That's a random conversation that's been going on, and I don't think it's much of a conversation personally, but that's why this is Sports Talk. Everybody has their own opinions. Kyle, how are you doing on this beautiful Thursday?
I am doing beautiful myself, Alan. I'm just having a great day so far, and we've got a championship to win this weekend. And, you know, I always have fun here on this show, but today's going to be a really good day. I've got a good feeling.
There you go. And that's how we're all feeling. We are moving forward from yesterday, and one of the more unique situations that we had with Sean Cunningham. Are we the first radio station to broadcast two shows at one time? Can we call Guinness? Actually, technically three shows, because we had the Allen Stiles Show, we had the Sean Cunningham Hour, and we had Sean and Brennan, right? The Cunningham and Nunez Hour.
I guess. I mean, they weren't all simultaneous because Brennan had to hop in at one point. But
I'm taking it.
I know you were really bothered by it, given that it's now 23 hours later and you're still talking about it. But for me, that was one of the funniest experiences I've ever had.
And you're laughing. Visibly annoyed me.
Yeah, I could tell. And that's why I stopped. Because, look, man, we can't control that the Wi-Fi and the Ethernet crashed here. Really what it was is that the Wi-Fi crashed and they had to reboot the whole system.
Yes.
So they killed our Ethernet, which is what we use to run the stream. But, we can't control it.
No.
So I thought it was hilarious that we had a completely different show running on YouTube from the show we were doing.
I will say this. I went and rewatched it because, it's just like a game. It's game film. It's things like that. And it is pretty interesting. Now, I love my tinfoil hat. And this is my employer, so I don't know. But as soon as Sean Cunningham says the name Vivek Ranadive, everything shut down.
Yep.
Everything shut down. I rewatched it. We're talking about whether or not the Kings would ever hit a reset. Sean says the words, and I'm paraphrasing here. Yeah, it doesn't seem like the Kings would want to do a hard reset. I don't see that coming in the next couple of years. And, that's because of owner Vivek Ranadive. Everything shut down.
Yep.
The whole building shut down.
As soon as he got a little too close.
He flew a little too close to the sun.
All of a sudden. But the weird thing was, it shut us off on terrestrial radio, right? We're still doing that show. He was still there. And Sean is a kind man. He did not have to do this. He just sat in the YouTube chat waiting for us to come baback to life and just started doing a show with our YouTubers, just answering questions, continuing his point. It just was hilarious. And you were doing a show, obviously, at that point. But behind the scenes, I have to know what's happening. So all my computers are down. I have to pull out my phone.
Yes.
And I'm listening.
Yes, it was quite the time.
I'm listening to two shows at once, and I'm like, oh, Sean's just doing the show. He's doing a Q&A in the YouTube chat. Unfortunately, Brennan helped us out, but it was amazing.
There you go. Look, it's been 24 hours or about 24 hours. And, you got to learn to laugh at life. But I was not laughing in that moment. Nobody is laughing at the Sacramento Kings right now from the Summer League aspect. They move.
Senor Segway strikes again.
They move. We're rocking and rolling today.
That was like a 3.5 star.
No, that's a 4. They moved to, and by the way, Sac Chat text line, let's get in on voting. When I hit the Senor Segway, go ahead and vote too. Okay, so this is what it is. When I segue into something else, Kyle will hit the Senor Segway.
Senor Segway strikes again.
And we will vote on, or you will vote on how good it is. The scale is out of 5. I gave myself a hard 3 on that.
Well, we're doing a 5-star rating, but I've also reserved a Michelin star Senor Segway. You've never done it yet.
I have not gotten that.
But you can get there if you deliver an excellent one.
There you go. The Sacramento Kings moved to 4-0, 94 to 86. They beat the Cleveland Cavaliers. Got a little bit dicey towards the end, but they were in control for the most part. Another great game from Nique Clifford with 19 points. I mean, he's essentially their guy. I think the coolest thing about watching Nique Clifford is watching the Kings say, okay, you're our guy, right? Every team has a dude. And he was the oldest player taken in the first round. There is a level of, hey, he should look like this, but a lot of times they don't look like this. And you hear it on the broadcast. I was listening to the broadcast driving home. Okay, they're going to do whatever it takes to get the ball in Nique Clifford's hands. He is their alpha on that team. And I think that's impressive, and I think that's a really good thing to have. Isaac Jones had an incredible game. 8 of 11 from the field, 17 points. He's starting to look like a matchup nightmare for some 4s out there. If he could just stretch the floor a little bit more, we could have something. And I'm going to wear it if that does happen, because I was somebody that was of the mindset of, hey, I don't know what to do with Isaac Jones. He's a really good story, but this was also a bad team. There's an Isaac Jones type player on a lot of these teams, right? You had Drew Timme. He was playing on the Nets. What are we supposed to do with that? But Isaac Jones is proving that he's getting closer. He's getting closer each and every game. And if he can start to stretch the floor, he can continue to do things defensively, he can definitely carve out a role. Maxim Reno, 23 minutes coming off of that wrist soreness where he missed last game, 10 points, 3 of 6 from the field. Kind of a quiet game for him. He had a couple, what did he have? He had 3 blocks, and everybody was talking about, oh, this is, kind of the part of his game where we didn't expect as much, and we're a bit impressed. That brother's fouling a lot. I will say that every game he's got at least 6 fouls. He had 6 fouls yesterday. This is where you're supposed to do it. And I remember talking with Keon Ellis last Summer League about, hey, are you just not trying to foul out, obviously, but you're trying to use them. So I'm not terribly worried about Maxime and his foul trouble, but he's mixing in some blocks on top of the fouls. Is he going to be able to keep defending the rim without fouling? And obviously he's very young in his career, so we'll see what happens there. Isaiah Crawford, 19 minutes, did not score, and it was a bit of a quiet night for him. Nique Clifford, we talked about, played the most minutes on the squad, 31 minutes, 19 points, 2 of 7 from three-point land, 8 of 15 from the field. Devin Carter was had the best plus or minus out of the starters. He had 11 points as well. He did have 4 turnovers, as well as Maxim Reno had 4 turnovers. Devin had 6 assists. Nique Clifford had 9 assists as well. Devin had 5 rebounds, and he was 1 of 6 from three-point land, 3 of 9 from the field. So I would say an okay game for Devin Carter. Those 4 turnovers, that one towards the end of the game was kind of unacceptable, if you will, but we understand he's still learning the position. And both him and Nique, it is funny. You can't run away from the fact that they are pretty similar. The way that they rebound the basketball from the guard wing position, there are similarities there. Taking it to the reserves, you have Dylan Cardwell. He had 2 points in 13 minutes, 6 rebounds as well, though. Tavion Kinsey had a great game with 12 points in 14 minutes. Daquan Plowden, 21 minutes. He had 10 points. Good game for him, 2 of 6 from the three-point line. And Isaiah Stevens played 25 minutes, 4 of 6 from the field, 2 of 2 from three-point land at 13 points. They're just rocking and rolling. They're rocking and rolling. There's no other way to put it. And we're excited with what we're watching. Obviously, there's going to be some conversations on whether or not to shut Nique Clifford down. If they're playing in the semis, I just don't think it happens, right? If for some reason, and we'll continue to check the standings, they don't make the playoffs, I think that would make a conversation. But if they're in the semis, I just think it's good practice. You know, we're not going to sit here and hang a banner. If they would let us, we would. They are going to get rings. I'll tell you what, if they do win the whole thing, I want to get one of them on video so we can see that ring. I need to see the ring if they get it done. And, you know, we're going to get to a point now where, assuming they get in, we got to look at who else is out there. That I don't, from what I heard, Nikola Topic hasn't been shut down. So we'll take a look at who is in the running, and you know, they could be going up against some of these bigger names that people are excited about. So we will keep you completely in the loop on that and go from there. As far as the rumors, right, and conversations that have been had, I saw a conversation being brought up with the Sixers, and how if the Sixers don't get their stuff together, you could have a Tyrese Maxey situation where he's saying, well, what am I doing? Now, he is making a pretty penny, but he doesn't want to sit there and Joel Embiid. There's I guess a really in-depth article with Joel Embiid. I haven't gotten a chance to read it yet, but you know, people feeling empathy for Joel Embiid and what he's been through. Now you have Paul George. He just got his knee worked on again, and he's going to be reevaluated. So it's a little bit of a nightmare out there in Philly. And what does this mean for the future? And, you know, it's been 2 days now. So that's the other thing. We are legally binded to bring up Jonathan Kuminga at least every 2 days. Or I think the NBA is legally binded to say a new team is interested in Jonathan Kuminga every 2 days. And today, according to Mark Stein and the Stein Line, it is the Phoenix Suns. Why? Who the hell knows? I know I don't.
Oh, they're below that apron now.
If you are the Warriors, though, and I don't want to get too into the weeds because how they just got Dillon Brooks, who is tradable when, but there are some pieces based on what the Suns are trying to do, which I don't know. There are some pieces that the Warriors could use that the Suns have. I think the larger question is, would the Suns be willing to give it up? Because they're clearly trying to build something. So I don't know, but the Suns, according to the Stein Line, they are now in the Jonathan Kuminga sweepstakes for whatever we want to do with that.
You know, this could be Kuminga's camp trying to garner some sort of leverage, right? Because in restricted free agency, you just need another team willing to offer you the contract you are claiming you want. And Sacramento seems willing to offer at least more than the Warriors, but not enough to submit an offer sheet because they don't have cap space. If Phoenix is willing to offer that $25 million a year and trade, I don't know what piece it would be to make it work. I think the Warriors have to take back like $12 million or something. So I don't even think they could get Dillon Brooks, even if they wanted Dillon Brooks.
Yeah.
Then I guess you create leverage by getting another trade partner together. But to your point, I don't know what Phoenix has that Golden State would want. I don't think Golden State wants like Iguodala or wants Mark Williams, who they just traded for. I don't think that's what they're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, I think again, and money wise, the Warriors are still in a tough. It's all the same thing, right? To me, anytime I hear this, it's more about cool. In December, when Jonathan Kuminga is more easily tradable, that team is going to be interested. So right now we have the Kings, the Bucks for some odd reason, the Suns, I guess the Heat, maybe. We don't know if the Heat are still interested because they did get Norman Powell.
The Wizards for whatever reason.
The Wizards, for a reason. That at least makes sense. But now they have vets that they have. We know that there are about 3 to 5 teams with some level of interest, with the Kings being one of them. Brett Siegel also had this to add. Based on word at Summer League, it seems like Jonathan Kuminga's situation will continue to drag on, possibly into August. The two sides have remained far apart in negotiations, including this week at Summer League. Rival teams believe Kuminga doesn't want to return. So there is that leverage question again, or the leverage conversation. Brett Siegel also was reporting that there is a growing belief around the league that LeBron James is maybe headed towards retirement after this season. That report came out either today or yesterday. And I'll say this, you meet a lot of people at Summer League, and, it just feels pretty cool to know that I did hear that as well. Obviously, I wasn't going to report on that because I don't cover the Lakers, and the person that told me it was one of those hybrid, is this on? If you haven't said it, I'm not going to say it because clearly that's not how we do things, but it was pretty cool to know, I did hear that as well. So, and it wasn't from Brett, another one. And, me and Brett do a ton of shows together, but it wasn't from Brett where I heard this. So I guess keeping an eye on that, end of an era. I know LeBron James is one of the most polarizing athletes of our generation. And if that announcement does come out, I think it could obviously, I don't know how much it actually changes, but it's just the sign of the next phase for the NBA. And honestly, it kind of works out for the NBA. We keep telling you, and by the way, the ESPYs were on, not that anybody cares about the West Coast because it comes on at 8 our time. Meanwhile, we've already watched essentially all of the good parts because it's all on social media. Do not get me started, but you talk about grinding my gears. What are we doing? Insanity. So it was really nice to see everything that happened with the ESPYs 3 hours earlier, and I had no appetite. I literally watched Bachelor in Paradise instead of the ESPYs because I already saw it. I already saw everything that I needed to see.
First of all, I don't know why the ESPYs still exist. I don't feel like people are really into it anymore. But second of all, how is Bachelor in Paradise?
It's great. They're starting to copy Love Island a little too much, but we saw that coming. So
is that not what you want?
I think that they need to figure it out. That's a 1 o'clock segment, Kyle. We'll get back into it. But yeah, so LeBron could be done. That's the reports coming out. Obviously, we're going to keep an eye on all of that and what that means for the Lakers. Are they going to be able to survive? Obviously, they have Luka, but you're starting to build this thing around. Luka needs shooters, and I don't think there's enough shooting on that team. I really don't. And they have DeAndre Ayton. No clue what that's going to look like. A ton to break down over the next 4 hours. And when we return, the Kings go 4-0 in Summer League. We hear from Nique Clifford post-game, and we discuss whether or not he should be shut down moving forward. 916-339-1140, Allen Stiles, Tech on Sports.
Time to check out Capital Casino, conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento.
Progressive knows we all crave validation.
Girl, you are not 37.
I would have guessed 27.
You guys are too sweet.
Sure. Dewy skin.
Terrific. Is something wrong, Ned?
Why would you ask? Just because today marks my 10th anniversary without a car accident or even a speeding ticket? But somehow, tonight's all about your skincare. Wow.
With Snapshot from Progressive, you can get a personalized rate based on how you drive. And that's all the validation you need. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was going to unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The Giant Summer Sale is here. Get giant savings on our Giant selection only at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save during the Honda Summer Event and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. See all our specials at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda. Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got to tell you, I am so excited to get this decking project started with Trex Decking and Railings. From the first time I stepped foot in the showroom last week, I was so impressed. So many color options, heat-resistant composite deck. What does that mean? That means I don't have to do any maintenance on it whatsoever. They even have a deck designer, so you can go online and see what your dream deck will look like on your house. Just visit Trex, that's Trex.com to get it started. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with the special guests, Mitchell Tenpenny, Mocash, Vincent Mason, and Averyana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo.
Sponsored by Tricks Racing Canes, Chicken Fingers, and Naturewood Home Furnishings. Tickets at CITPFest.com.
The San Francisco Giants are growing right here in Sacramento, California. Watch the future stars of Oracle Park take the field with the Sacramento River Cats right here at Sutter Health Park. From power hitters launching home runs to ace pitchers dominating the mound, don't miss your chance to experience the next generation of Giants baseball up close. It's exciting, affordable, family-friendly fun. Catch the Sacramento River Cats in action all season long. Get your baseball tickets today at rivercats.com.
At Kids Care Dental and Orthodontics, we're all about summer smiles. During July, we're having our Summer Smiles special with $300 off braces or Invisalign with no money down if you start treatment in July. And you'll have a chance to win Legoland tickets. Go to kidscaredental.com for more information.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/SacktownSports1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
The Kings are rolling. Absolutely rolling. The highest the Kings can finish in these Summer League standings is second. The lowest they can fall is 6, okay? And the Thunder and Wolves are both 4-0, but the Kings have a better point differential than Minnesota. 5 more 3-0 teams play today: Charlotte, San Antonio, Atlanta, the Clippers, and Toronto. If the Kings advance, they will play in the semifinal on Saturday and the championship game on Sunday. So there you have it. That is the breakdown for you. And, you know, look, playing competitive basketball is never a bad thing. It's never a bad thing. Now, if they don't get in those consolation games, I don't know if they won't have the same juice. I can tell you that right now, okay? They will not have the same juice. They're still going to be out there, of course, but it's not going to be the same. And it would feel tough simply because we didn't even lose a game. We didn't even lose a game to start out, you know, kind of these early rounds, and to not get in, it would be tough. But I think there would still be a level of pride to finish undefeated and head back to Sacramento, getting ready for training camp with a really good feeling on the rookies and the two-ways and everybody that got an opportunity out there in Vegas. You will have an opportunity to win tickets to the Monster Jam giveaway that is coming up at 1 o'clock. Okay, so you definitely do not want to miss that coming up at 1. Also, you don't want to miss an opportunity to be seen by college coaches around the Sacramento area and beyond. Top of 9 showcase at Luther Burbank High School on August 9th. I am partnering with Luther Burbank High School to give 16 through 19-year-olds an opportunity to be seen by college coaches. If you feel like you are under-recruited, register today, August 9th, topof9showcase.com. That is the number 9. As we talk about 19, that's as many points that Nique Clifford had, and he had 9 assists to go with that, nearly a double-double. Honestly, he was on triple-double watch. 19 points, 9 assists, 7 rebounds. He was on triple-double watch. All right, Isaac Jones had 13 in the first half. He was 6 of 8 from the field. 6 players scored in double figures for the Kings: Carter Reno, Clifford Jones, Isaiah Stevens, and Tavion Kinsey. Nique Clifford got the call to do some post-game, so let's hear what he had to say about how they've been playing and how he's been acclimating to the big show. Here it is.
A lot of people in the pre-draft process talked about versatility. They put you in a lot of different positions, bring the ball the floor, bring you off ball, and get the ball in your hands to go ahead and make plays. How have they stretched you, and how have you responded from being stretched?
I mean, just that's what I live off of, my versatility. You know, trying to play both sides of the floor, defensively, making plays for my teammates, taking the shot when I got it. That's why I work on my game. So, you know, they asked a lot of me, and that's what I want to do to help my team win.
Nick, who's the NBA player who you try to model your game after?
I've always been a huge Kobe guy. I love Kobe Bryant. That's who I watched a lot growing up. Guys in the league right now, you know, Jalen Williams, Josh Hart, Derek White, guys like that, guys that could do a little bit of everything.
When you look at the Kings and the roster that you will be playing for when the regular season hits, how do you see that versatility working with the cornerstones that they have within the organization right now?
Just trying to help my team win, however that may be. Whatever coach asks of me, you know, I can go in, guard the other team best player, whether that's that or, you know, coming in, being a scorer for the team. Like, it doesn't matter. Whatever the coach is asking me, that's what I'm going to go try and do to help our team.
Doug Christie and Scott Perry were sitting over here. Did you look over at them a couple times and say, see this? This is what I can do?
He be giving me some tips during the game, so I definitely look over a couple of times.
I think after that corner 3, there was something said in the first half when you dribbled right to that corner spot and got to your.
Yeah, most definitely. They like some of the things they see. It definitely.
Well, Nick, you were incredible today, and good luck in the playoffs. Assuming you guys were there.
I appreciate it. Appreciate you.
Congratulations, sir.
Yes.
That was Nique Clifford. Great stuff there. So we're getting a combination. What if I told you that the Kings are getting a combination of Kobe Bryant, Jalen Williams, Derek White, Josh Hart?
You know what? The one that I can't get over is him saying I look up to and compare my game to Jalen Williams.
Right? Is he older than Jalen?
They're the same age.
That's so funny.
They're the same exact age. I don't understand how. I mean, Jalen Williams obviously was almost the Finals MVP this year, but like that's kind of more your peer. That's not really like a person you would model your game after or look up to. He's the same age as you guys.
Yeah,
you're
but
both in college at the same time.
Yeah, but I mean, look, I honestly, to me, I think that it says something about him. You know what I mean? It's one thing, to have that dog in you or whatever, but Jalen Williams just signed a Supermax. You know what I mean? So I'd love to, if there was somebody, and I think I do, right? Some of these guys in the media world that are younger than me, but they're balling and at a level where I'd want to be balling. I'm trying to model my game after them. I'll tell you that much right now.
Sure, everyone's journey is different. I just thought that was funny out of all of them.
Yes, on its face, it is funny because they are the same age, but their bank accounts are different right now.
Right. Kobe Bryant makes sense, right? That's probably a player he watched as a kid or watched highlights of. Josh Hart at least has been in the league for a decade.
Yeah.
Jalen Williams is kind of funny, again, out of the group. But that style of two guard is more so what he's talking about.
And I'm glad that he did say some other people, because he did throw in the stock name. It basically, if you are a tweener that's not a traditional point guard, which is why you're a tweener, so you're going to say Derek White, right? That's been the sexiest name I don't know, ever since he went to Boston. Bronny was Derek White. Devin Carter was Derek White. Everybody that is not a traditional point guard but cares about defense says they're Derek White and feels like they can shoot a bit, says they're Derek White. So I don't have a problem with Nique saying Derek White, but I am glad that he said some other people because Derek White, that name is getting worn out in terms of comparisons. Everybody is Derek White. And okay, we get it. You can't all be Derek White. So he threw in some different names, the Josh Harts, the Kobe's, the Jalen Williams. So I appreciate that. Because last season, Bronny was Derek White. There were 8,000 Derek Whites running around.
You know, if Patrick Beverley had better PR, I think we would use him kind of as the example for these undrafted guys. But it's just Derek White, which I think the other part we skip past with Derek White is like, also played with the Spurs and Greg Popovich. That's kind of, and that coaching staff. That's kind of how Derek White became Derek White, was developing through coaching.
And then he went to, and obviously Brad Stevens kind of molded everything together, but then he goes off to be a fourth option on one of the most talented teams and talented rosters that have been put together in the last decade. So I understand why everybody says Derek White, but is Derek White in a similar situation or in a different situation?
What are we doing now? This seems philosophical. Is Derek White Derek White?
Is Derek White on, I don't know, the Blazers?
If Derek White were Derek White but not Derek White on the Celtics, then would Derek White be the Derek White that Derek White is?
Okay, that sounds like Dr. Seuss. So I understand why everybody is saying Derek White, and I get why that's the name to say, because everybody he is the model of what everyone is looking for right now. He got a quick trigger from 3-point range. He is very active on defense, and everybody needs a guy like that, right? So at the very least, when you say Derek White, you're understanding. Because Kuminga would never say Derek. Kuminga would be like, what the hell? No, Derek White going to be passing me the rock.
Okay, we need to stop saying Derek White, because now the name just sounds weird every time we say it. We've said it like 15 times in the last 10 seconds. We got to just stop saying Derek White.
So on top of Jalen Williams and Josh Hart, and obviously, as we mentioned, Derek White, I like what I'm hearing from Nique Clifford, and obviously we're just having some fun with it. We'll discuss whether or not to shut him down a little bit later in the show. And, the reality is a lot of these guys, I've seen time and time again, so many people just cheering on the Kings and what they were able to do during this draft process. And this is why Summer League is so important, right? The Devin Carter now is trying to build his way back. By the way, I believe in the 11 o'clock hour, you will never guess, maybe the 12 o'clock hour, you will never guess whose stats Devin Carter is essentially identical with on somebody that played recently for the Kings in Summer League. You'll never guess. And it should make you feel really good about Devin Carter. It should make you feel really good about Devin Carter. With that being said, though, this is why Summer League is so important. Devin Carter not being able to play Summer League last season, we didn't get to create this hype train because I think he would have looked pretty good. Older rookie, right? Kind of understands the process and is physically more built than some of the younger guys. He would have had some flashes and we would have been excited, but we didn't get a chance to see it. And now we're getting to see it now, but he's being overshadowed a bit just because we have new shiny toys. But shout out Devin Carter. He has done his thing as well. Not a great game yesterday, but he has shown me some things from the point guard position. Maxim Reno, the first rounder that somehow slipped to the second. He was interviewed during the game, and he's already making waves as a possible leader on this team, even as a rookie. We will hear that interview when we return. Now in South Second Sports.
Time to check out Capital Casino, conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products in next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Carmichael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A-plus Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal, you should feel better about that. Or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-894-3737. 800-894-3737. That's 800-894-3737.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Allen Stiles here with your Sacktown Sports Injury Update, brought to you by Downtown LA Law Group. Ken Waldachuk, out with that left elbow sprain, will have another AAA Las Vegas rehab coming up, and his expected return is mid-July. Jose Leclerc, out with that right lat strain, is expected to return in the second half as he is playing catch 3 times a week, even though the A's expect a long recovery process. That was your Sacktown Sports Injury Update, brought to you by Downtown LA Law Group. It's Allen Stiles here. You injured at work? Call Downtown. DTLA Law Group, California's leading injury law firm. With over 40 lawyers throughout California, they have won over $500 million in settlements. DTLA Law Group will get you compensation for your work injury. You don't pay unless they win. That's right. You pay zero up front. Call Downtown. Text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222. Visit them at calldowntown.com.
Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram has the biggest selection, the best prices, and unbeatable customer service. Check them out online, sacksuperstore.com, for the guaranteed lowest price on Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. Open until 10 o'clock and right across from Hagen Oaks Golf Course. sacksuperstore.com.
Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
On Sacktown Sports.
It was so random. I didn't even know what was going on, because here's the thing. And we're about to play Maxim Reno's interview. It's a great interview. Everybody loves that guy, by the way. But what I didn't love is I'm on my phone and I see Shane Gillis popping up everywhere from his monologue. And then I go check the TV and the ESPYs are not on. And the full monologue, the whole show is out before it even airs on the West Coast. With the creation of social media, and I know you can, I don't know, I haven't messed around with my TV enough. Everything's a computer now. It gets real glitchy. I just, I'm like, okay, do you need to update what's going on here? I don't know if I can set especially on YouTube TV, one channel to read Eastern time, but other channels read Pacific time, because that's what I would do. I don't need anything that the Grammys, the BET Awards, the Emmys, the Oscars. I don't need any. I don't know why they're still doing this with social media. Back in the day, sure, I get it. I guess I get it, because you still wanted everything for prime time. At this point now, I would argue that keeping it like this is probably hurting the ratings, because nobody on the West is watching the ESPYs at 8, because we've already seen anything that matters from the ESPYs.
So here's the funny thing about this is that award shows have adjusted this. Like the Oscars start at like 4:00 West Coast time now because of this exact reason. It's only the ESPYs.
Yeah.
And the other one that does this is the fake NFL award show they do before the Super Bowl. That one's still on tape delay. I've stopped watching it for that reason, but it's only them. And that's so weird, because this one's kind of a fake award show. Like, they give awards to the people who are willing to show up to accept the awards, but it's so strange that they decide to do that, especially given the only viral clips people are going to find from the show is Shane Gillis saying some kind of inappropriate jokes on Disney airwaves. That's kind of what is going to be viral. So there's no point in watching it at 8:00 p.m. on your cable television.
Legitimately, the whole monologue was on X. I mean, there were clips of it. Then there was the whole thing. You could just sit there and watch, and it was already viral, right? I don't know why they're doing this. Clearly, they don't. I don't want to say they don't care, but clearly they don't. It doesn't make a ton of sense.
There's no way they're making money off of that, right?
No, maybe maybe they're trying to, knowing ESPN, maybe they're trying to find a way to kind of sunset it, but they have to do it in a kind of quiet way. And with having Shane Gillis as your host is not going to do that. Not going to do that. So I'm sitting there. It's still light out. It's 5:00. I hop on social media, and at first I thought, am I looking at this right? Well, first I saw the posts of everybody showing up to the red carpet. What the heck is going on? And then I see the monologue. I'm thinking, oh, okay, let me fire it up. And I scrolled to 8:00. That's when it's coming on. Okay, that's completely useless to me.
Well, the whole thing is useless. You just wanted it as background noise, I'm guessing. You were just like, let me just put something on the TV.
No, Kyle, just because you don't like the ESPYs doesn't mean nobody likes the ESPYs.
But what's for you? Why are you waiting until 8:30? You wanted to see.
No, I'm not waiting till 8:30. I would have watched it live at 5. Me personally, that's not a good time slot for me anyway, for my personal life.
What, you were eager to see who would win Best Baseball Player of the Year?
I think the whole thing is interesting. The whole thing is interesting. Now, it's not interesting enough for me to watch when I've already seen all the best parts. No, but if I didn't see any of it, yeah, I would have watched. I mean, I think some people would fire it up if they knew nothing, if they went into it like it was Eastern time period.
Okay. I feel like you're still proving my point, though.
What is your point?
You care, but not enough to put it on at 8:30 instead of at 6:30 when you're at home.
I just said if I didn't see any of it, I would have put it on at 8:30. But we already saw it.
So you're just making the point that because everything was spoiled on social media.
I'm not going to fire it up at 8 once I already have seen all the good parts. But if I hadn't seen anything, then I would have fired it up at 8:30.
Awful announcing gave you all the good stuff already, whether it was Gillis's monologue or I saw that funny clip where I think it was Matthew Stafford and
the prompter. They were having, hey, everybody have tech issues, even the ESPYs. They were having an issue, and Matthew Stafford just didn't know what to do.
Yeah, Matthew Stafford was just like, hey, can we get the prompter? We're just looking at a black and white screen.
Sorry, America. # sorry, America. Let's hear from Maxim Reno and his interview during the game. And a lot of people were just really, really excited hearing this kid talk. Here it is.
Here in Vegas, Kings and Cavs in the first quarter. It's a pleasure to be joined now by the Kings rookie, Maxim Reno. Maxim, thanks for doing this. First question for you. You missed the last game the Kings played, and now you're back. You don't often see guys return from injury in Summer League. A lot of the time they'll shut it down. Why is it important for you to keep playing?
Well, I mean, we're here to win a championship, right? I mean, they got a little ring at the end if we win it all. We're 3-0. We got to get another dub, hopefully by 15, so we can guarantee a semifinal spot. So, yeah, we're back. We're trying to get wins.
Saw you at the Combine. You played the first day, shut it down, didn't play the second day. What has been the developmental focus for you since you got drafted?
Defensive end mostly, right? You just want to get some talk. Hopefully I can be the loudest guy out there. Being able to be present on ball screen defense, maybe shot blocking a little bit. And then other than that, just being efficient, right? Like NBA players, you got to adjust to the level real fast. So that's what I've been working on.
Your coach said that even though you didn't play last game, your communication was elite from the bench. How is that? Why is that important? If you're a young basketball player and you're watching, why is that it's such an important aspect?
Well, first of all, control what you can control, right? Like energy and talk's like the very base level. And then on top of that, on defense, especially as a big, you see everything. You're the quarterback of the defense. And if you want to anchor it, you got to let everybody know. Screen left, screen right, pin down, go rebound, here, switch, red, everything. That's just the basics, man.
Max, do you find yourself ever speaking French? If you're not thinking about it, do you just bark out a command in French and no one knows what you're saying?
All I'm going to say is when there are terrible calls, the ref don't speak French. That's all I'm going to say.
You can get away with a little bit more.
Yes, sir.
We noticed you were number 42. That was your pick in the draft. Is that why you wear it?
Absolutely not. I mean, when I came into Stanford, I wanted number 12. It was taken. Wanted number 21. It was taken. 23 was taken. 41 was taken. I just asked my coach, I said, look, what do you have? He said 42. I'm like, all right. Worked for 4 years in college. Won a European championship with it. Got drafted 42. It's a full circle moment.
What would it mean? You mentioned at the very top the availability to potentially win a championship here. What would that mean for this team, especially when you look at guys like Nique and Devin Carter, guys that you're going to be with in Sacramento?
Yeah, I mean, set the tone for next year, right? We have a lot of young guys here, a lot of Gilly guys also trying to make their way to the NBA. So you want to be able to set the tone, show that you have winning quality, have winner mentality, and get ready for the season, right? You want to be able to compete. That's what the NBA is about. You're here to win games, so showing that you can compete, showing that you can win, that's all that matters.
In your early NBA experience here, what's the biggest difference between this and the college game?
Way faster, way more physical. Guys don't miss as much. I mean, look at that. Look at that. Oh, okay, never mind. But no, honestly, it's you leave a guy wide open, he's going to make it. Everybody is in super good shape. You need to be able to adjust to that level. 24-second shot clock, 3 seconds in the paint, all that. So, yeah, rules are different. Intensity is different.
What did you study at Stanford?
Computer science and mathematics.
Easy. How hard of a major was that at Stanford? I mean, because the word Stanford for so many of us that ever played basketball, it's scary to think about academics, and yet you studied that and excelled at the level in which you did out on the court.
Come on, TK, good job. Sorry, my fault. I don't think, look, you can't be scared of that. If something interests you and you're willing to put the work in, you'll be good. I don't think it's much harder than any other university. I understand that it's more time consuming, you got to be more committed, but I think that's who I am as a person. I'm committed to my craft in basketball, in school, everywhere, in family. So that's what I'm trying to do. That's what the person I'm trying to be reliable, trying to put in the work every single day.
Well, keep it up, Max. This was awesome. Thanks for doing this. Keep doing your thing.
Thank you for having me, man. Let's win this game.
Man, I just got chills.
Computer science and mathematics from Stanford was easy.
I was already in, but now I'm so in. And you know what? Between that and the Scott Perry interview with Sean Cunningham, I might be optimistic Allen coming up, man. I am, the way this team is moving right now.
4 seed?
Okay. I'm just saying, man. I like what I'm hearing. Here you go from the 916. Allen, what do you think of this? If you don't know, now you know.
I think maybe it was your delivery was the problem.
I think that's how it's going to get delivered.
Yeah,
if you don't know, let's do Mark Jones. If you don't know, now you know.
Now you know.
If you don't know, now You Ray know.
I feel like this is like a wrestling promo, so I feel like we need to get Christopher Laud in here and say
him.
like how he would say it.
Go get him out of his office. He ain't doing nothing. If you don't know, or what if you just get rid of the you? If you don't know, now Ray know. Is that worse?
That's still. I think it's if you didn't know, now you Ray know.
From the 916. Alan, how about this? If you don't know, now you Ray know. If you didn't know, now you Ray know.
If you didn't know, now you Ray know.
Well, what context are we saying this? I mean, obviously it's after a dunk or something, right? Or a big three. Mark Jones could pull it off.
Oh, of course. Maybe that's what we should just do, is just ask Mark Jones how he would do it.
Yes. Hey, Mark, got this from a texter. Do with it what you like.
Sometimes he listens to this show while he's doing his workouts. So, Mark, if you're listening, please tell us how you would say, if you didn't know, now you Ray know.
Right. You send us a voice memo, we'll play it. Hey, here's a rough draft, Mark. Here is a rough draft. We think it's got some bones. We think it's got a good structure. Please, if you're feeling it, go ahead and bust that out during the game when Maxim Reno gets it done. If you don't know, now you Ray know. Maxim Reno for 3. If you don't know, now you Ray know.
I think it's after a dunk is when we're saying this.
209 says you got to sing it like a song. If you don't know, now you Ray know. Let's get to break. 11 o'clock hour coming up next. Malik this, Malik that. Let's hear what Scott Perry had to say straight up about our two-guard. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
This summer, the heat keeps coming on the Sacktown Sports Live events calendar. Kicking off when Third Eye Blind and Neon Trees light up the stage on July 25th at the venue at Thunder Valley. Then head up to the lake for not one, but 2 nights with Old Dominion, August 1st and 2nd at the Lake Tahoe Amphitheater at Caesars Republic. And come right back up August 17th for Glass Animals. On August 21st, flash back to your favorite decade with Lost 80s Rewind featuring Flock of Seagulls at Thunder Valley Resort and Casino. Then get weird with the one and only Weird Al Yankovic live at the Lake Tahoe Amphitheater at Caesars Republic on August 24th. On August 29th, Japanese Breakfast takes the stage at the all-new Channel 24 music venue in downtown Sacramento. And don't miss the legendary Darius Rucker bringing the country heat to the Lake Tahoe Amphitheater at Caesars Republic on September 13th. For tickets and more details, keep it right here on Sacktown Sports or visit sacktownsports.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here for Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, inviting you to come join them every Wednesday for their midweek madness drawing, giving away $2,000 in total cash starting at 6 p.m. It's a safe and friendly environment, plenty of well-lit parking available, and it's conveniently located right there in downtown Sacramento. And remember, best food, best service, best games, 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with the special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Locash, Vincent Mason, and Averyana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo.
Sponsored by Trex Racing Cage Chicken Fingers and Naturewood Home Furnishings. Tickets at CITPFest.com. Nighttime is fun time at the Hagen Oaks Top Tracer driving range. It's more relaxed at night with people enjoying technology, where you can play Pebble Beach at Hagen Oaks, compete against your friends in a variety of games, or just practice at your leisure. There's food when you're hungry from Hangout Eats and Drinks, or enjoy a beverage on the brand new patio with relaxed seating. And check out the summer-long free concert schedule. It's the Hagen Oaks driving range nightly until midnight. Fulton Avenue at Business 80.
KHDK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Hammer time thrown down by Malik. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports, 1140. The Open Championship Leaderboard Update is brought to you by Naturewood Home Furnishings, where it's all about choices and always about quality.
We currently have a 5-way tie for the lead at 4 under, including Lucas Glover, Matthew Fitzpatrick, and Lee Hao Tong. Scotty Scheffler is 3 under par in the clubhouse, 1 shot behind the leaders.
Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
1 hour down, 3 to go, and 1 marriage ruined as this. Every time I fire up social media, this CEO of Astronomer caught allegedly having an affair on the Jumbotron at a Coldplay concert. The woman was head of HR. Kyle really wants to have some fun with this, and we will in the 1 o'clock hour, but I literally can't refresh my feed and not see more of it.
Oh, this happened last night. If you take the videos that have been posted on all the different accounts, it has over 100 million views on X.
Crazy.
Over 100 million views on TikTok of this. So they were basically panning to the crowd, and the lead singer of Coldplay was like talking to people in the crowd, and they caught this couple, and the man just immediately drops out of the camera.
It's crazy.
And the woman just turns her head, and the lead singer of Coldplay is like, either they're having an affair or they really don't want to be on camera.
Yeah, crazy stuff. And, you know, as a wise man once said, shout out Ace Hood, don't get caught slipping. Do not get caught slipping. And they got caught slipping.
I told you before the show, I could talk 3.5 hours
You are not going to.
It's amazing.
But, yeah, I just cannot refresh anything and not see them. So go check that out during one of the next breaks, which won't be for 30 minutes as we are at the top of the hour. So that means 30 minutes straight of local sports talk radio with no commercials. And Malik this, Malik that. You know what? Scott Perry had to set the record straight, going to Sean Cunningham in an exclusive 20-minute conversation. Scott Perry was asked about Malik Monk, who has been subject to a lot of a conversation pretty quickly this offseason. I mean, it went from, okay, the Kings need a point guard. They're interested in a shooter. And then the next day we woke up, very similar to the CEO's wife, who has already changed her name on Facebook. Oh, so we're shopping Malik Monk. Okay, that's news to us. Here is Scott Perry and what he had to say about one Malik Monk.
As a player overall. A lot of respect for Malik Monk. I remember, scouting him when he was playing at Kentucky, and when he was coming out, and watched him early in his career at Charlotte, and he had his struggles at that time, but you knew he had an ability. He was athletic, he had the potential to be an explosive scorer. And what I like to see a lot of times in guys, when things don't work out somewhere, how do they respond? So it tells me a lot about him to have those struggles that he had in Charlotte and then come and find a home like this here in Sacramento, where he was just 2 years ago very close to being sixth man of the year, tells me something about the growth of him, and that he was able to look himself in the mirror and say, hey, okay, this is on me. I can't blame my struggles or failures previously on anybody else but me. So I have a great deal of respect when I see a young man do that and come out on the other side. So I've had conversations with him both on the phone and in person, and it's been very good. So we knew each other a little bit, getting to know each other a lot better now. So look forward to working with him.
Look forward to working with him. And obviously the conversations that we knew would happen, that Scott Perry told us would happen, sounds like some of them have already happened. And I'm not trying to read too deep into what Scott Perry said, but it does sound like, and I felt the same way, maybe he's further along with Keegan because of the extension stuff, and Malik Monk is already on a contract. It does feel like between Keon Ellis, who was out there in Vegas, and, they picked up his option, still, we know what is ahead with that, and will they be able to offer him an extension, or will he hit free agency? But still, it feels like Malik, out of everyone, obviously DeMar, when you look at the core rotation pieces, it feels like Malik probably hasn't had as many conversations with Scott Perry. And this is just my assumption, just based on how he's kind of talking and what else has been going on. I'm just assuming they're talking to Keegan more because there's an extension on the line here. They've been talking to Keon because whether or not they were going to pick up the option and what happens next there. DeMar DeRozan's situation, Domantas Sabonis being pretty vocal about what they needed. And I guess you could throw Zach LaVine in the same pile where, Zach LaVine probably has talked to everyone the least because he's just kind of chilling and he's not going anywhere. But Malik Monk might be next on that list as far as, we just have other things that are going on. Has there been a conversation about, hey, your name might come up in some of these conversations? I don't know that that's the norm. I would assume every organization handles it differently. We've heard kind of horror stories of guys that, hey, I was, Anthony Davis, famously was watching a movie with his daughter, right? And just got a call or whatever the case was and found out he was leaving LA. So I don't know that official conversations would happen where it's, hey, Malik, let's have this conversation. But clearly Malik has seen these rumors. And clearly Malik probably, that's the thing about these rumors and how, quote unquote, upset you could be. These guys, whether they actually know it or whether their agents and agencies, the capologists are telling them, hey, we should be on the lookout for this. Scott doesn't really have to say anything because it is what it is. They understand what the roster looks like. They understand, okay, well, they took Nique Clifford, which is another kind of wing type of player that can handle the rock. We still got Devin Carter. We still got Keon Ellis. And now we added Nique. We got myself. Zach LaVine is a 2. That's 5. DeMar DeRozan is trying to play a 3, but he's really a 2. So we're sitting at about between 5 to dang near 7 guys that are close enough in what they do. I got a fairly tradable contract. So you have all that. Now let's remove Zach LaVine because of his contract. Now let's remove Keon Ellis just based on what we think the Kings have in store for him, a little bit younger than Malik. That leaves you with, DeMar DeRozan as well. That leaves you with who? The 2 guys that have been brought up, Malik Monk and Devin Carter. That's it. So it's not a matter of we don't value Malik. It's just there's a bit of redundancy, which is similar. Like I said, when I was in Vegas, spoke to somebody familiar with the Portland Trailblazers situation. And when I first posted what was kind of discussed, it almost made me feel better about the Malik Monk thing. But now that I've kind of stewed on it for a bit and marinated on it for a bit, it feels exactly like the Trailblazers thing. It feels exactly like the Trailblazers thing where you have Anthony Simons, you have a lot of the same, maybe not exactly the same, but similar types of players, maybe between 4 and 5 of similar types of players, and you have to make a decision. What did they bring in? They brought in Drew Holiday, who is more of a point guard and better defensively than Anthony Simons. Not as skilled offensively, but the Blazers are making the assumption we believe we can get there somewhere else. So
that's what Scoot Henderson is for.
Yeah, that's what Scoot Henderson is for. I did joke with them saying, so how do we get Denny Avdia to Sacramento? How do we do it? And they just laughed and said, yeah, that's not happening. He's not going anywhere. So
good effort.
At least he's not going anywhere, or there's nothing Sacramento can do without mortgaging their future. But now that I've stewed on it a bit, it does feel eerily similar to what went on in Portland and that person saying it's not about them not liking Anthony Simons. It's more so about roster construction and who is a piece that somebody else would be interested in. And Boston wasn't even really interested in Anthony Simons. They're trying to get him out of town. So I think it's a combination of I had a lot of discussions about the 2-guard thing. A lot of people did feel like it's real, but it's less about the 2-guard thing and more about, can you play defense or not? We don't mind, like we talked about, can you handle the rock? Can you shoot the rock? Can you defend the rock? The guys that can do 3, highest value. If you can only do 2 of those things, you're already starting to lose value. And when I say handle the rock, that's how much of playmaking can you do. You're looking at those 3. Malik Monk might have a really good 1, but he might be more of a 1.5 out of those 3 when it comes to quote unquote handling the rock. So you have a bunch of you could say you have a bunch of 1.5s on that team with the Kings. So you have to make some decisions. Scott Perry likes Malik Monk. Obviously, he said it right there. They've had conversations. He wants to have more. How I heard that was they haven't gotten that in depth yet. And it's July. So, and he said, I look forward to working with him. You can work with people in a lot of different ways. That's not that. I'm just saying, I look forward to working with him. You can work with him and figure out a place for him to go. He's not saying that. I'm saying
no,
that's possible.
He didn't give any big reassurances.
No, and he can't. No,
and Sean asked him about Malik Monk, and he kind of gave a macro perspective as if this were the first time that he were meeting Malik Monk, or his first conversation about Malik Monk. When I'm sure they've had conversations. We know they've had trade conversations. It was pretty apparent that they were trying to shop Malik Monk. Even if it was just a sign and trade to move him to Detroit to land Jonathan Kuminga.
As I'm saying all this out loud, it does make me think and how good Nique Clifford has looked. And this is why you go get somebody who is more, hot and ready like a Little Caesars pizza and ready to go in Nique Clifford and not an 18 or 19-year-old with the 26th pick in the draft. Obviously, most people would rather move Devin Carter than Malik Monk. I think that is, I would just say the majority. Let's assume that that's not an option, right? Because obviously if it was an option, I think most people would go with that. But if there was another move to be made, which the Kings, we know they're trying to be prudent, but I am aware and I have knowledge that they would like to do something. They're just not pressed to do something else. After watching Nique Clifford and 916-339-1140, after watching Nique Clifford, would you feel a little bit better moving on from Malik Monk? With all of the fan favorite, like I said, my favorite player on the Kings, he's the pizza guy. But after watching Nique Clifford and saying, okay, this guy can score the basketball. Obviously, it's just the summer league. But would you feel better about a deal including Malik Monk to go get you another 4, a legit 4 or something like that, because you've seen enough from Nique Clifford? And obviously, Maxim Reno might play some 4 as well, but you just need bigger wings. You need bigger wings. Maxime may play center as well. You just need bigger bodies. You need one more bigger body. If they want to play center and I know, as Sean said, they feel pretty comfortable with Drew Eubanks. So I'm thinking another 3-4 type of deal. But I'm more of a 4 than a 3 type of guy that goes about 6'8", whatever the case is. Do you feel more comfortable including a deal? Now it feels crazy. I will say this. After watching Nique Clifford, I'm sure everybody feels better that they were able to get Dennis Schroeder and not move Malik Monk, because I don't think you would have had to do that. And now if you can keep Malik Monk, don't get me wrong, but now if you do want to move Malik, you can fill another hole. You don't have to this secondary ball handler, that's going to be a free agent type of deal, whether it's Westbrook or whoever it is. I don't believe that's going to be done in a trade.
Well, the reason that trade would have happened, I believe, is to net Jonathan Kuminga, right? It wasn't going to be just Malik Monk for Dennis Schroeder. It was going to be doing that to make the space to acquire Jonathan Kuminga and then send Devin Carter and Dario Saric in 2 seconds to Golden State. That was the vision for talking to Detroit about taking Malik Monk's contract. So if you take that on a surface, we're talking about a Jonathan Kuminga, or we've mentioned the Malik Monk for Kyle Kuzma trade. We've talked about Malik Monk for RJ Barrett, and we had S from The Athletic come on and talk about Toronto wanting Malik Monk to kind of like soft launch Grady Dick as the starter, but he's not ready yet, that kind of situation. So, regardless of which one you pick, whether it's Kuminga or Kuzma or RJ Barrett, the idea is just balancing the roster by trading one of your 4 2 guards or 4 wings, not named Keon Ellis, for a forward, right? Or someone who could play a 3 or a 4. And as we've talked about before, that process makes sense. And because DeMar DeRozan has apparently a non-existent market, because Zach LaVine is making $47 million, Malik just happens to be the odd man out in these situations. And that stinks, but it seems to be the direction that the organization has decided they are going in.
Yeah, and them's the breaks. There's only so many spots, and like I said, it's not about wanting. I got to sit down with these guys in about a little over a month or so for media day, right? And everything that I'm saying, it's just the nature of the beast, right? You get paid the big bucks. That's part of the game. Being traded, being part of the game is part of the game. Being mentioned in trades, part of the game. So it's nothing personal. I don't want anybody to be traded or to not be traded. I'm sitting here laying out what the numbers look like and how this team is going to be able to improve. Because again, not that everybody cares about Vegas. They're set at as low as 36.5 wins, which is about a 12 seed, maybe worse than that. So they have to find a way to improve on paper. And, to that point, you had Sean bringing up what Scott Perry said when he said, hey, what does this team need? And first and foremost, he said time. So maybe they aren't looking, like I said, I don't know that they're pressed to do anything else, but I don't know that they're ecstatic with the current roster. I think they like it. What is it at Cold Stone, the one in the Thomas that I always go to? I like it, I love it, and I gotta have it. Right? The like it is the small one, the love it is the bigger one, and then gotta have it is the biggest. I think they are somewhere in between a like it and a love it. I think they're closer to a like it. They like it more than what Scott Perry came into, but I don't think they love the lineup. I don't think they gotta have this lineup. Not yet.
Well, it doesn't make sense yet because it's the same team as last year, adding Dennis Schroeder and
draft picks.
Well, and the draft picks, but if you look at like if you were crafting a depth chart right now, let's say Devin Carter and Nique Clifford aren't going to play point guard. You're looking at Zach LaVine, Malik Monk, Keon Ellis. Well, first of all, Keon coming off the bench, because you would have Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, Keon Ellis, Malik Monk, Devin Carter, Nique Clifford. you're looking at a 6 or 7 wing lineup, all of which are rotation players at this point.
And it still bugs me when you say the word wing, because we have to just caveat and say small wing, because it's a wing-driven league. We're not nobody is saying, oh man, Herb Jones and Trey Murphy, that's just too much. Brandon Ingram they did, because Brandon Ingram's a different type of player. It's specifically having smaller wings that I think is the larger issue. You look at the Thunder, for example. They got a bunch of wings, but those wings, obviously they have specific skill sets, and they're all bigger. The Kings they're tweener wings. They're not true wings.
Or if you look at like the Pacers, right?
Yeah.
Like their shooting guard for a lot of the playoffs was Aaron Nesmith.
Yeah.
And this goes back to your point about the 3 skill sets. Can you ball handle? Can you defend? And can you shoot?
Mm-hmm.
Nesmith's got 2 of the 3. Great shooter, great defender, not a ball handler. They're putting him at the 2, and Nesmith is 6'6".
Yeah.
Which means Nesmith is larger than Nique Clifford, Devin Carter, Malik Monk, Keon Ellis. I don't think.
Well, he's the same size as Nique, but everybody else.
Sure.
But everybody else. That's still 3 other dudes, maybe 4 other dudes that, again, this is the difference in the wing talk. Okay, flats, drumsticks, and like I said, there's a famous spot that we go to back where my wife's from, and they're great wings. I get the garlic hot, crispy, extra crispy every single time.
This was the place you were.
That's
when
right.
You didn't go to crosstalk.
Verlade was mad at me, but they're small. They're small wings. You need about 30 or 40 to even feel full. All right, more like 20.
The bottom line is, one of those small wings or flats or whatever you're calling them is going to have to guard someone who's 6'8".
And that's a problem. 916-339-1140. Let's get to Jacob, who wants to talk Malik Monk. What's up, Jacob? Like I said, he's my favorite player on the team, man. But, the numbers are the numbers. What say you?
I think it kind of comes down to a little bit of a sticky situation here, because if I had to pick between 2 of the guards to go, it'd obviously be Malik or Devin Carter. But I think Devin Carter, if you hold him, it's more of a long-term risk. It's like playing blackjack and you're holding on 16, or do you hit? Because with Devin Carter, he's got that shoulder injury history, and you could see him still shaking it out. But if Devin Carter has another bad year, you don't know that you're going to get anything back for the trade value. Whereas Malik, you know what you're getting. He's an established player, and he took a pay cut to be here last year. So he's on a decent, if not good, contract.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thanks for the call, Jacob. Great stuff as always. The thing about I just think Malik Monk has more value than Devin Carter right now. Devin Carter is young. Actually, that's a good question, because after Devin Carter's summer league, has he kind of earned a little bit more value? Maybe, but it's still summer league. Malik Monk should have been 6th man of the year if he didn't get injured. He would have been 6th man of the year if he didn't get injured. He's been in that conversation the last couple years, besides last season where he was a starter for a decent bit of the season, and it was just a complete disaster of a season anyway. So it is Malik Monk. I'm not going to get caught up on that, but it also depends on what you're looking for. I think it's a larger question for a Kings team than a team that's looking to make a move, because for the Kings, Malik is obviously the better player now, but do you want to take a chance on Devin Carter and see what he could be? But I don't know if that's the same as far as a prospective deal, because anybody I don't know how many teams are saying, I need to go get Devin Carter right now. I think Devin Carter is just this is why I didn't really compare them and I didn't say, do you feel better about moving on from either one of them because of Nique Clifford? I'm only saying Malik Monk because I don't think a team is eyeing Devin. I don't think we have to worry about teams eyeing Devin Carter. All these teams have so many young players. I don't know that anybody's saying we need to go get Devin Carter. Devin Carter is not going to be the premier piece in any deal that they do. It's going to be Malik Monk.
Well, and this is the other thing about Devin Carter is that, and I see someone on the text line is saying, I've been watching these summer league games and I don't see why people think Devin Carter is so good. Even if you don't see it right now, and Brendan made this point, we were talking about it earlier, they have him under team control for essentially 6 years, right? So they have 6 years, if they so choose, to figure out what Devin Carter is going to be. I know he's an older player, but in the NBA, once you get drafted, you essentially have them under team control for 4 years on their rookie deal, which we're seeing with Kuminga right now, restricted free agency.
Yeah.
You can match any offer sheet, and that usually goes 3, sometimes 4 years. So they've got a lot of runway to figure out what Devin Carter is. Now, the flip side is next summer they have to either accept or decline his team option to decide if he's going to have a 4th year. So they have to have a bit of an understanding of what kind of player he projects to be. But ultimately, if Devin Carter is a contributor, and the same goes for Nique Clifford, these are players who are going to be on your team potentially for 5, 6, or 7 years.
When we return, Scott Perry speaks on Keegan Murray and Keon Ellis. More of your calls, more of your texts, more of your sack chat. Allen Stiles, Sack Down Sports.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hobbit, a Hobbit Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. What's happening for the Hobbit Employee Pricing Plus sales event?
We're going all in on Ram this month with not just employee pricing, but huge emphasis on the plus you can only get at Hobbit. Right now, save up to $16,000 off MSRP on new 2025 Ram 1500 crew cabs.
What about those hard-to-find Ram heavy duties?
If you're looking for something bigger, save up to $13,500 off MSRP on the hard-to-find brand new 2025 heavy-duty Ram 2500s and 3500s, with 500 new Rams available.
Search, select, and save through our whole inventory at HobbitDodge.com. Nobody beats Hobbit. Period. $16,000 total net savings on select new 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn after $6,500 factory rebates and $9,500 dealer discounts. Rebates may include $2,500 SFS bonus cash. Must finance with Stellantis. $1,000 trade-in assist with eligible trade-in. $500 on the job upfit. Must show eligible upfit. $13,500 total net savings on select new 2025 Ram 2500 Limited after $4,000 factory rebates and $9,500 dealer discounts. Rebates may include $2,500 select inventory bonus cash and $500 on the job upfit. Must show eligible upfit. At least 5 at each net savings. Employee pricing included in dealer discounts. See dealer for details.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time. The next time you're out to dinner with friends, you can order the shrimp cocktail for the table. And maybe you'll realize it only comes with 4 shrimp after you've already given away 3, but that one shrimp will be so good. And if you switch and save hundreds, you could get shrimp all the time. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For shrimp. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hagen Oaks wants to be your go-to total golf game fitter. Try the TrackMan experience, the very best technology to fit your metalwoods and irons. The new cutting-edge putter fitting studio with its $30,000 worth of technology is ready for your fitting. Hagen Oaks will help you find the best putter for your game. Hagen Oaks offers more technology, more choices, and more service. Schedule your fitting at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio by calling 916-808-2531, 808-2531 for more.
Around here, the summer can smack you silly, especially if your AC is not functioning at a high level. Whitey Gleason here. I had the opposite problem over the winter. System went down. It was panic time, but Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating saved the day. Let them save you from unnecessary summer misery. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating, reliable, trustworthy. They do great work. They won awards for their service. Check the reviews at leesair.com. Find out about their $99 HVAC tune-up service. Save your summer now. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating on the web at leesair.com. License number 635355.
The San Francisco Giants are grown right here in Sacramento, California. Watch the future stars of Oracle Park take the field with the Sacramento River Cats right here at Sutter Health Park. From power hitters launching home runs to ace pitchers dominating the mound, don't miss your chance to experience the next generation of Giants baseball up close. It's exciting, affordable, family-friendly fun. Catch the Sacramento River Cats in action all season long. Get your baseball tickets today at rivercats.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got to tell you, I am so excited to get this decking project started with Trex Decking and Railings. From the first time I stepped foot in the showroom last week, I was so impressed. So many color options, heat-resistant composite deck. What does that mean? That means I don't have to do any maintenance on it whatsoever. They even have a deck designer, so you can go online and see what your dream deck will look like on your house. Just visit Trex, that's Trex.com to get it started. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Buckle up, racing fans. Adrenaline is back in full blast on July 19th. It's chaos, carnage, and crazy fun with boat trailer racing and more at the Stockton 99 Speedway on July 19th. Don't miss the madness. Tickets starting at just $15. Get yours today at Stockton99.com.
live and local
It's Allen Stiles.
on Sacktown Sports.
Taking you up to 2 p.m., halfway through the second hour of the show, breaking down everything Scott Perry had to say to Sean Cunningham for KCRA, and it was just outstanding. Sean, such a pro when it comes to interviewing, is very conversational, and I think that's the best part of it. And Scott Perry looks very comfortable. He always looks comfortable, but looked very comfortable talking about the roster construction, and what they are hoping to, achieve these last couple months before the season gets started off. And, his first season as Sacramento Kings GM gets underway. So, we talked about Malik Monk. We have more on Malik Monk at 12 o'clock. Don't move. Some new teams that may be interested in Malik Monk, so you do not want to miss that. This is from the fallout of Bradley Beal, that contract, and, just teams that maybe were just there because Bradley Beal was on a crazy deal. It was reported the Warriors only offered him the minimum. And it's not like he got a ton more from the Clippers, but
you got a biannual exception?
Yes, exactly. So it's not as if he got a lot more, relatively speaking, of course. But could some of those teams be in need of a scoring guard, or were they just in there to try to get a really talented guard on a cheap contract, which is what I think is probably the case with the Warriors? But you never know, because the Warriors still remain the only team in the NBA to have not made a move this offseason. As we discuss Keegan Murray and Keon Ellis, two guys that, after hearing what Sean had to say yesterday, I definitely wanted to go back and listen to what Scott Perry initially told him, because he was really confident that both of these guys are going to be on the Kings, not just these next couple seasons, but through 2027. So here's Scott Perry on Keegan Murray and Keon Ellis.
Both of those young players have shown what they can do in this league. Keegan Murray, at his size, his ability to shoot the ball from the perimeter, his ability to match up really 1 through 4, maybe even 5 on some nights defensively, makes him a very important player and unique player in that manner. I've spent a little time with him before he's gone back to Chicago, because he was around here in Sacramento when I first took over. Enjoyed that time. Had met him, though, when I was in New York as GM. We interviewed him during the pre-draft process at the Chicago Combine, so I was a little bit familiar with him. His dad is from Michigan. It was Mr. Basketball back there years ago when I was a college coach, so felt like I knew him a little bit. But really looking forward to working with him. Another high-character person. As you know, look, we had Keon represent us at the draft lottery. That was our choice to do that and have him. So that to let you know in terms of what we think about him, how we feel about him. I think he has a great upside, tremendous story going from a guy who wasn't drafted to becoming an integral part of a good basketball team. So just looking forward to getting to know him more and spending more time with him, but just seeing them all come together. So like both of those guys, and hopefully they can be around with the Kings for the foreseeable future for a good while.
That was Scott Perry on the two young bucks, Keegan Murray and Keon Ellis. Look, he said it. We had Keon there for a reason. What would be the batting average for players that have represented their, you know where I'm going with this, players that have represented their team during the draft to not play on that team the upcoming season? It's got to be very, very small.
Well, they don't always send players either.
But when they do.
Okay.
Right, we sent them, and then a month later, we actually traded him. I'm sure it's happened.
I'm going to have to go back and look at some draft lotteries. The one I can think of that might have happened was, I know what it was. Remember when Zion number one pick for the Pelicans, they sent Anthony Davis to the lottery.
That's right.
And Anthony Davis had to sit there while they announced Zion was the number one pick. It had to be Anthony Davis, right? Was it Anthony Davis or Griffin? I'm almost certain it was Anthony Davis they sent.
So I feel and again, the issue really isn't Keon Ellis this upcoming season. Nobody thought he was going to get or thinks he's going to get traded this upcoming season. It's really, will he hit free agency or not, right? Will they be able to get something in place before Keon hits free agency? And with that being said, now that might be a little bit different when it comes to guys that were sitting and represented their team for the draft. But it sounds like they want to keep Keon and they're happy with Keon. When it comes to Keegan Murray, who we spent a little bit more time with, man, yeah, look, being able to guard essentially every position, some nights guard the 5, it's incredibly important. It's exactly what they continue to preach they want on the team. So you don't need somebody to say a player is untouchable, but when you have a 25-year-old that fits what you're trying to do and it is someone that can score the basketball and shoot the basketball and defend the basketball at a high level, it goes without saying, I'm sure Keegan is not first on their list to move, which is no surprise anywhere, right? And them building with him, you got to think an extension is going to be discussed once Summer League kind of cools off and they get back. I guess a little bit surprised, and I don't know when Keegan is getting married. I know he's engaged or he got engaged towards the end of the season, but it might not be for a while.
We're gonna have to find out when the season starts.
That's
I
right.
promise. There's no way we're gonna see it on social media or anything.
No, there's no way. And yeah, unless it's a quick wedding. I mean, normally you would have a decent amount of time. So I guess I'm a little surprised that the Keegan we haven't heard more about the Keegan thing, especially at Summer League. Keegan wasn't in Vegas or hasn't been in Vegas. So I think that's maybe a smidge surprising, but doesn't feel like, and Sean said it yesterday, he doesn't believe the Kings have a fear of paying Keegan or an appetite to trade him. So I guess it's more of a patience thing to kind of lock him down. And I think there's some Kings fans out there that, not that they don't want to lock Keegan down, but they're still a little bit scarred from what they saw from Summer League straight to Keegan's freshman first year in the league, rookie season, and expecting more out of him. When Scott Perry talks and kind of breaks it down, he might not be, the guy that was going back and forth with Paolo Banchero, he might not be that for the duration of his career, but he's still an extremely valuable player that a ton of people and a ton of other organizations would definitely like to have in their organization. I mean, again, Trey Murphy is the comp that I always bring up. I think Trey Murphy and Jabari Smith Jr., if either of these guys were on the trade market, the teams would be getting really good value for them. Keegan Murray is right there. He's right there. He might not be viewed the same talent-wise, and I know he's a bit older than Jabari Smith Jr., but he's right in that same conversation where there would be plenty of teams very excited to bring him in to the fold and see what he can do. And he would be starting. I don't think Keegan is on anybody's bench. I don't know that he's on anybody's all-star team, and that remains to be seen. But, I think maybe it's time that the Kings fans that are a bit upset with Keegan start to realize the value that he brings, even if he doesn't end up being a star. There are not a lot of stars, right? And I guess somebody out there is saying, well, that's the tanking thing, right? That was a 4th pick in the draft. The Benedict Mathurin was 6th pick. I don't see, not that he really has had the same opportunity, but not sure where the star potential kind of starts and stops there. So you never know what you're going to get, which is the argument to not tank. I get it. And tanking is more about accumulating a number of picks, right? That's what we spent a lot of time on yesterday. So feels like the Kings are very motivated to keep Keegan in the fold, to keep Keon in the fold. And one of them will probably be resolved before the other. I mean, I can almost guarantee with Keegan getting that extension, and then all eyes will be on, hey, Keon, is there any way we can get you before you hit free agency? So that is kind of the breakdown there. And with that being said, and here's a little hint, you'll never guess who Devin Carter is replicating this season in Summer League. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Time to check out Capital Casino, conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you bought that TV in the parking lot. It just happened to not come in a box, or include a remote. And when you finally managed to turn it on, all it displayed was the menu of Grumpy's Tacos. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Member Week is here at Lowe's. Don't miss your chance to get up to 40% off hundreds of items like paint, tools, home essentials, and more. Shop our exclusive deals happening in-store and online now through July 18th. Not a rewards member? Join for free today and get ready to save more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs. You sound very calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees. Ooma. Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger, who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
This very minute at the Hagen Oaks Driving Range, you'll find fun gaming on all 52 top tracer screens where golfers and newbies enjoy the fun together. Compete against friends at the Hagen Oaks Driving Range or play 9 holes on the McKenzie putting course. Enjoy the summer-long free concert schedule and visit the Hangout Eats and Drinks for wood-fired pizzas, burgers, ice cream, and more. Or relax with a beverage. It's happening all summer long at the Hagen Oaks Driving Range, nightly until midnight. Fulton Avenue at Business 80.
The summer sell down is on at Maida Chevy with $3,000 off MSRP on every new 2025 Trax in stock. $3,000 off Trax exclusively at Maida Chevy. Now that's big, huge. See them all at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
See dealer for details.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Haxor on the Sack Chat says, I don't get how Stiles talks up Keegan like that when he has actually been worthless as bleep for us the last 2 entire seasons. Who would you move him for then? Who would you move him? Move him right now. Give me a realistic trade to get Keegan out of town since he's garbage. Do it. Give me a realistic trade. Give me a realistic trade since he's so worthless. Give me a realistic trade right now. Right now. Give me one. Just give me one. I'll read it on the air.
Sacramento.
I'll read it on the air right now. If you give me a realistic trade, you want to move him? Move him. Since he's worthless. Worthless as bleep, actually. Move him. Who are you moving him for? I mean, that's the thing here, guys. You have to think of this relatively speaking. But let's, again, and I saw other Sack media talking about it too. Keegan's got to step up. He's got to do this. Yeah, he does. He also needs to not be put in bad situations. Okay? The first season, we knew what it was. He balled out. Second season, I'll admit, that was a season everybody wanted to see what he was going to do. He had a sophomore slump. It happens. Third season was a disaster for everyone. A complete disaster. All right? But give me somebody. And I will tell you, you know me. If it makes sense, okay. Trey Murphy III has more value than Keegan Murray. Now, you want to be a Pelicans fan? Because that's how we got there. By being dog doo. That team was dog doo-doo. The dog doo-doo that when you're walking on the sidewalk, somebody doesn't pick up and you step on it, that's the Pelicans. That's how Trey Murphy got to where he is. Because we looked it up. He was taking 7 more shots than Keegan a game.
I think it was after year 3, him and Keegan had the same number of shots per game attempted. And then last year, Trey Murphy went from like 10 to 16.
Look at his peers. The other peer, is anybody saying Jabari Smith Jr. is worthless? Because they have the same stats and Jabari Smith just got paid. And Keegan plays a little bit more than Jabari Smith Jr. He's younger, sure. But who in Keegan's realm is just much better than him who has been put in a similar position? Give me that player. Give him to me. Give him to me. And I'll say uncle, unlike the Kings ever do. And the Heat.
I know.
But I'll admit it.
I know Baseball Reference does like player comparisons. I wonder if we could find like who historically does Keegan Murray's first 3 seasons compare to?
Yeah. Ask ChatGPT. But just give me the name. And I will gladly say, you know what? You're right. Still doesn't mean he's worthless. You want to trade him? Okay, go trade him. Just tell me for who. You want to trade him for Kuminga? Answer that question, Haxor. Would you trade Keegan Murray for Jonathan Kuminga? Anybody can answer it. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it because we see the direction of where the game is going. Kuminga has a higher ceiling. Cool. We go to YMCA. We go to In Shape right now. A bunch of dudes with high ceilings that couldn't get grades right, couldn't pass SATs, had terrible SAT scores. Ceilings are cool. We watched what Keegan Murray can do. They're not putting him in a good situation. And he still won't be in a good situation this next season. He still won't. But that's not on Keegan. How many shots? You got $47 million in Zach LaVine. You got 8,000 shots in DeMar DeRozan. They are not setting Keegan Murray up for success. And then they're gonna move off of DeMar this next season, we think. You never know these days. And then they're gonna say, hey, Keegan, now here's your time. Maybe he balls out, maybe he doesn't. But I still would say if he doesn't, then that next season we'll have to see who he is. All these other young guys are being put in different positions. Let's go to, and again, because wasn't it Benedict Mathurin who went after, was that in the same draft or was that a different draft?
Yeah, that was all 2022.
It's all the same draft.
So that draft was Paolo, Chet, Jabari Smith Jr., Keegan, Jaden Ivey, Benedict Mathurin, Sohan was the 9 pick, and there were a couple more. Obviously, Tari Eason was in that draft class later, but those guys were all in the same draft class. Jovic was also in there.
There you go. Okay, look here. Paolo's Paolo, Chet's Chet. You got Jabari Smith Jr. and Keegan Murray doing the same exact thing. The same exact thing. Jaden Ivey, we'll see. He had that injury. Benedict Mathurin, obviously, he's been a bit held up. I would say Benedict Mathurin has been put in a worse position than Keegan, but that team has been more successful. Shaedon Sharpe, he's a baller. They're on the Blazers. They stink. They've stunk. Now Shaedon Sharpe is going to get an opportunity to help them not stink. Dyson Daniels, great defensively, but he can't hold a candle to Keegan offensively. My boy Sohan as well. I mean, and then you have the steal of the draft, which is Jalen Williams, who has done something in being an all-NBA player outside of, what was it, the top 10? First player to do it since who? Kobe Bryant. So let's chill out. Let's chill out, man.
Also, I'm comparing age 23 seasons right now to some other players using our lovely B-ball index. Keegan Murray compares favorably to Jalen Johnson's age 23 season, OG Anunoby's age 23 season. Looking through here, Andrew Wiggins' age 25 season. So we're talking about a player who has a chance to maybe not be an all-star based on those names, but players that we would consider to be elite wings in the NBA. And when I say elite, I mean top 10. You know, we're talking about like top 50 players, top 10 at their position type of guys. Because Keegan is only 24 years old, and there's a lot of room for growth that may be on the way. Even though he's not an all-NBA defender, he's still a very, very good defender. And if he becomes a stronger offensive player, you have a chance for a legitimate two-way, you know, OG Anunoby type player in Keegan Murray.
And I have a buddy who runs the Legend Has It. That is a kind of a vinyl spot right next to Golden One Center. My boy Jose, he's a huge Knicks fan, and he texted me one day. He said, Keegan needs to be OG Anunoby. That's what he needs to be.
I think that's probably the model. If you're looking at what Keegan Murray can be in the league, I think that's probably the best case scenario at this point for what Keegan is going to be, which OG Anunoby's third contract, which, you know, Keegan's obviously years away from that, but his third contract was for $40 million a year, right? So if we're having this debate about $20 million versus $25 million for Keegan, I think the goal is he gets to become a $40 million player by the time he reaches age 28 or 29 and is looking for that next contract, which is why, you know, he might get $25 million on this first contract because of what he projects to be.
Yeah, I want to get to these field goals because somebody is saying Keegan is not trash, but this does seem like a prove it year for him. Is being a prove it year just getting to be the third option? Is that a prove it year? Because DeMar DeRozan takes 17 shots a game. He took 17 shots a game, man. 17 shots a game. And Zach LaVine took 16 shots a game last season. Okay. And actually he took 16 on the Kings. Took 16.9 with the Bulls. So that's a lot of shots. It's not Vegas anymore. You know, Lil Jon shot. It's a lot of shots. So is that what you mean by taking a prove it year? Does he solidify himself as the third option? I guess I could agree with that if we feel like he wasn't the third option. Again, last season was just a disaster. So I guess I could agree with that. I still don't think that's going to look like what a lot of people believe or want it to look like. Real quick, I wanted to bring up this really, really interesting stat with Devin Carter. And Devin Carter, by the way, this is from Professor Oak on social media for the Kings Herald, says Keon Ellis last year in 6 games between Vegas and the California Classic. 16.5 points per game on 35% from three. Devin Carter in 4 games in Vegas so far. 16.5 points per game, 40.9% from three. Now, either that is going to, just make somebody say, well, it's just summer league, it doesn't matter, or it's going to make you feel much better about Devin Carter. Or better about Devin Carter. I'm choosing the latter because I'm in a optimistic mood today. Devin Carter doing the same exact thing on better shooting than as Keon Ellis did last season in Vegas. Both similar, and obviously there was the California Classic, so that's the extra couple games there. But same exact points per game. Devin Carter shooting better from three. Obviously, I would assume Devin Carter more turnovers, but I also would assume more assists, more rebounds, and things like that. So again, got to give everybody time. Now, the redundancy is the bigger issue for me than than not liking any of these guys. Whether it's Devin Carter, Malik Monk, Keon Ellis, it's not about not liking these guys. It's about the redundancy. And Nique Clifford, as much as I love him and I think he was the correct pick, that's not Scott Perry's fault, right? He's still trying to take somebody that he believes could be one of those guys. So he's going to do what's best for the team and what he believes is the correct approach. So that's why he went with who he went with. And Nique does have a bit more size than some of the other guys that are in similar positions. So that's not – Scott Perry is not going to say, I'm not going to take this guy because of, the sins of the previous regime. No, I'm going to take who I want, and right now it seems like that was the correct decision. 12 o'clock hour coming up next. New teams that may be interested in Malik Monk. We break all of that down. The fallout with Bradley Beal heading to L.A. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Power Business Technology is proud to be 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with the special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Locash, Vincent Mason, and Avriana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo.
Sponsored by Trex Racing Cage, Chicken Fingers, and Naturewood Home Furnishings. Tickets at catpfest.com.
If you're not looking for a brand new car, at Elk Grove Honda, we've acquired some of the best pre-owned cars we can find. We've kept only the best of our trades, and our buyer has found some of the finest pre-owned Hondas available in Northern California. You can see for yourself at elkgrovehonda.com. Whether you purchase a brand new Honda or a like-new pre-owned Honda, your car buying experience will be the same. We have the right Honda at the right price. You'll find us in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 and Elk Grove Boulevard.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
Carmichael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A-plus Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal, you should feel better about that, or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Did you know about 1/3 of our lives is spent sleeping? Hi, this is Franklin Rosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. If we're going to spend that much time in our bedrooms, then our bedrooms ought to reflect our personalities. I remember many weekend mornings when our kids would jump into our beds trying to coax us to start our days more on their schedules than ours. Naturewood Home Furnishings' huge bedroom sale is here, and there's no better time to find the perfect accent piece for your bedroom, or even better, to start fresh by designing your bedroom to fit your lifestyle. From a new mattress and foundation to dressers to nightstands to lamps and more. Naturewood Home Furnishings will help you create a space from simple to luxurious and anything in between. Just drop by and let Naturewood's team help you envision a bedroom fit for 1/3 of your life. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings right now for this remarkable bedroom sale. Off Highway 50 at Hazel, look for the water wheel.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports 1140. The Open Championship Leaderboard Update is brought to you by Naturewood Home Furnishings, where it's all about choices and always about quality.
Currently at the Open Championship, Harris English is in first place at 5 under through 13 holes. 4 other players are tied at 4 under in the clubhouse.
Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
on Sacktown Sports.
12 o'clock hour, 30 minutes commercial-free sports talk radio coming up. And we're going to discuss some of the teams that may be interested in Malik Monk now that Bradley Beal is headed to L.A., but the other L.A. team, the Clippers. And I pulled this up. I thought it was pretty fascinating. Average field goal attempts per game, okay? So it's interesting because all of the players that are at the top, they're the ballers, right? I mean, Shea had the most at 21.8. Then you have Cade at 20, Anthony Edwards at 20, Jason Tatum at 20, Giannis at 19, Jokic at 19, Franz Wagner at 19, Booker at 18, De'Aaron Fox at 18, Donovan Mitchell 18, Jalen Brunson 18, more. All at 18, LeBron, KD, Trae Young, Steph Curry. Then you get to 17s, Tyler Hero, Jaylen Brown, Jalen Green, Damian Lillard, Miles Bridges. Right there at 17, tied for 20th in field goal attempts with Miles Bridges, DeMar DeRozan. So DeMar DeRozan, top 20 in field goal attempts. Keep scrolling. You get down to the 16s, and you have Zach LaVine at 26. So 2 guys that are top 26 in field goal attempts on the same team. On the same team. And you want Keegan Murray to be Trey Murphy. How? How, Sway? How?
I mean, I think people are making the argument of DeRozan or LaVine should just take less, which this is the whole DeMar DeRozan conundrum, right? Is like he is a high volume scorer who scores a lot and scores well, but when he is that high of a volume while taking a lot of, I'll say, inefficient shots, they're less inefficient for him because he makes them, but you're not going to beat teams shooting with your foot on the line when they're shooting from behind the 3-point line if he's taking up such a high volume of your shots. And because the Kings have not added, I would say, a pure scorer better than DeMar DeRozan this offseason, we are looking at potentially the same sort of situation next year when they all come back, him all being LaVine, DeRozan, Keegan Murray, and Domantas Sabonis.
Yeah, so the only thing I can think is, hey, he needs to be the third option, and we'll see. Maybe he'll be able to do it, because I'm looking here, just other teams that have two players, both in the top 26 together. I see Milwaukee, and I see OKC. And it's a quick look here, but that's it.
Well, and I would also venture, I can look it up too, were those teams at the top of pace in the league too, because teams that are taking more shots are obviously going to have more people at the top. And the Kings were up there, but they were not, I think, top 8 in pace last season.
Yeah, so there you have it. It is what it is. You want him to be the third option. That should be the goal, right? Because things should make a little bit more sense this season. We hope they have to make a bit more sense. More situations are established. You got Dennis Schroeder in there as well. I don't think Dennis Schroeder should be the third option. And I'll give you this, the Keegan kind of naysayers. If Dennis Schroeder ends up being the Kings' third option offensively, yeah, that's a problem. But we'll see what happens. I don't think it's going to happen, but only time will tell. Only time will also tell as it pertains to Malik Monk and what exactly is going to happen there. Obviously, Scott Perry has had some conversations with him, but more options are being revealed as Bradley Beal is now headed to LA. And this is what I wrote. You can check out my piece on sacktownsports.com. And it's really just highlighting everything that has happened in Vegas that I saw or heard, what Allen Stiles is hearing about the Kings at Summer League. So go check that out on sacktownsports.com. This is what I had to say about Malik Monk and possibly the new interested teams. One domino that has finally fallen is Bradley Beal signing with the Clippers. Shams Charania reported that the Heat, Milwaukee Bucks, Minnesota Timberwolves, Golden State Warriors, and Los Angeles Lakers also had interest. That could spark some conversations regarding Malik Monk and, to a lesser degree, DeMar DeRozan. Some of those teams could probably be eliminated since they were simply looking to get an incredible scoring talent at a bargain price. But the Heat and Bucks have been in so many reports that it is clear they believe they need another piece. They also both have salaries on their rosters that could suffice in potential deals. Now, again, this is not about wanting to move on from Malik Monk. It's just about the potential for that to happen. And the name could be anybody that has a contract like that is that age and has that skill set would be shopped. That's just the reality. That's just the reality of the situation based on the roster construction, and deciding to go with Nique Clifford, who seems to have more point guard chops than we maybe thought initially. Sometimes you're just collateral damage, and that might be what Malik Monk becomes. The Heat, we know they've been interested in a lot, and they don't want to give anything up, doesn't seem like, but
except Terry Rozier and 2 seconds. But do they get to a point where they say, okay, fine, we're willing to play ball a little bit more, just even a little bit more? And with who they have available, some conversations could be had. We talked about Jovic. I think that you had the whole thing come out on Khalil Ware, which, if I'm not mistaken, we were in the room next to the Miami Heat when all of that happened. We had obviously no clue what was happening. And then we got back from the hotel because they're practicing in that big area that they create and that they build for Summer League. We get back from the hotel and we see the clip and we think, oh, wait, the Kings were next to the Heat. So we were essentially there when Eric Spoelstra was giving Khalil Ware the business, saying he needs to be more business-like. So he's still untouchable, right? I think this is just a Eric Spoelstra
super mind thing or Jedi mind trick to get Khalil Ware on the right track or really to nip it in the bud. But outside of that, the Terry Rozier thing, come on. I'm not doing it.
I mean, at this point, they would have to match salaries, though.
I don't think it depends on what they want to give up, though, because what do they feel? The reality is the reason you're not wrong is because they're similar players, and Malik Monk is just better than Terry Rozier. If you're doing a solid there, it's the same conversation we've had with DeMar DeRozan in a possible Miami Heat deal. Fine, we'll take Terry Rozier, but we're either getting some type of draft pick or we're getting one of your young guys, right? A Jaime Jaquez type deal, and really you're trading for Jaime Jaquez. Terry Rozier is there, but you are trading for Jaime Jaquez. Terry Rozier is also an expiring contract. So you get off of Malik's contract. Terry Rozier is making more, but you'd be done with Terry Rozier in a year. And then you'd still have, obviously, Jaime Jaquez. So that is a deal that would probably on the surface tick a lot of people off, but under the surface with Terry Rozier expiring and now you have team control of Jaime Jaquez, that's a conversation that I would be willing to have.
All right, let's throw this into the old trade machine real quick. Let's go Terry Rozier, Jaime Jaquez. The Heat are hard capped, so we have to get rid of $345,000. Let's just throw Terrence Davis in there.
And with Norman Powell, who's more redundant?
Yeah.
Who's more redundant, Norman Powell or Malik Monk or DeMar DeRozan? I don't even know if they feel like they would need.
No, because their starting lineup is set relatively at this point. I mean, I don't know what they're doing with Terry Rozier, but I would assume that their starting five is going to be Tyler Hero, Jovic, Norman Powell, Andrew Wiggins, Bam Adebayo, or Bam Adebayo, Khalil Ware, and move Jovic to the bench. That would be my assumption of their starting five. They would be looking for bench scoring, which probably Malik Monk makes more sense for them if they're going bench scoring. Because I think now that they've made the Norman Powell trade, I feel like their starting five is pretty set for next year.
Yeah, the only argument would be, I don't know that they have and here's the thing about the whole closer conversation. You either have a star. Most teams don't have closers if they don't just have a straight up star. So as I'm trying to sell DeMar DeRozan to the Heat because the Heat don't have a closer, that's a very specific skill set that I don't know if the Heat feel like they need. And clearly a lot of teams don't feel like they need, because I don't think the plan was for DeMar DeRozan to start the 2025-2026 season with the Kings, and it seems like that's going to happen. So you could kind of eliminate the Heat. You could squint your eyes and try to make it work, but you could almost eliminate the Heat.
Yeah, Miami's not going to be trading for DeMar DeRozan specifically, unless the Kings are willing to trade DeMar DeRozan for Terry Rozier in 2 seconds, like you said before,
yes.
Which they won't right now, but if they're trying to just get off of the money, then maybe they would do it.
Now, when it comes to Malik Monk, everybody is looking for scoring, and as somebody in the chat is bringing up, why would they make this deal? Norman Powell is a borderline all-star. I would just be very careful. You know where I'm going to go with this. I would be very careful of trusting in the one-season sample sizes. Norman Powell has been working his butt off for a very long time. Coming off a career season, I have no clue, and the Heat have no clue if he will ever do that again. So putting all your baskets in Norman Powell being who he was in L.A., they might feel as if – now, this might be something that they approach – before the trade deadline, right? Hey, let's see, maybe it is him. This might be some of the approach of the trade deadline, but I do think you trade for a guy like that, but they're probably smart enough to at least understand we're probably not going to get this Norman Powell again. He just can't fall off a cliff.
Well, and this is the other part of the conversation, and it would lead to why Malik Monk wouldn't go to the Miami Heat, which, by the way, I think the phrase is all the eggs in the Norman Powell basket, not all the baskets in the Norman Powell.
Sure, it's 4 hours, Kyle. Give me a break.
I got you, just saying. You and your phrases, bears pooping in the woods and all that stuff.
Well, they were doing that too.
Anyways, so this is why I think it lends towards them not making a move with the Sacramento Kings, which, by the way, is like probably 80% what's going to happen. Miami has now positioned themselves by trading Kyle Anderson and Duncan Robinson for Norman Powell, and I think they got Fontecchio in that deal with the Pistons. They've now created a max contract worth of cap space next summer, and they can carry that over to 2027 if they decide to just sign one-year contracts next year. So they've now given themselves financial flexibility to sign a max player that hits free agency. And we talked about this before. There is a world where Luka could hit free agency, LeBron could hit free agency, Kevin Durant could hit free agency, James Harden could hit free agency next summer. There are all sorts of max level older players. Luka's not old, but he obviously was supposed to stay in Dallas. There's a world where a lot of these players hit free agency, and maybe Miami is not going to compromise that long-term financial flexibility to trade for 3 years of Malik Monk's contract.
Yeah, and it really the measurement is, and this is why we said if they did, this would probably start the Malik Monk kind of Dennis Schroeder-esque phase of his career where Miami does that. Now they want to get off of it because they're Miami and they can convince players to come to Miami in free agency. So now Toronto finally gets Malik Monk. So now he goes from Sacramento to Miami to Toronto. So it's not that they wouldn't do it, but I don't think they would do it assuming that they're going to have Malik for that period of time. It's just how badly do they want to take a real bite at the apple with the Pacers down and with the Celtics down as well. So that's what it comes down to. Similar conversation with the Bucks. I just think it's a more dire situation for the Bucks, which is why they might be more inclined to do a deal, honestly, for either of them. I would say for DeRozan or Malik Monk. I think they would be willing to do a deal for either simply because I know, and we all know for a fact, Giannis does love a closer. He really does. That's what he loved about Chris Middleton. I think that obviously Chris Middleton in his heyday, could stretch the floor and do some things and better defensively, but I don't think he is incredibly different than DeMar DeRozan. I don't think so.
But to your point, that team had Gary Trent Jr. closing in the playoffs.
Yeah, exactly. So you have Miles Turner, who's not outstanding defensively. That deal would probably be Kyle Kuzma for DeMar DeRozan. So I know a lot of people are bagging on Kyle Kuzma, but that defense does get worse bringing in DeMar DeRozan, but you do get more scoring. I think that they would think about it, right? And the value conversation, I think that would be straight up. I don't think that the Bucks would feel as if they were getting, kind of screwed over, and I don't think the Kings feel like they would be getting screwed over. DeMar makes a couple more million than Kyle Kuzma does, but that's a conversation that I think the Bucks would say, yeah, it's a success in Fanspo. That's a conversation that I think the Bucks would be willing to have because they're trying to convince Giannis to stay. And hey, man, we got a high-level scorer. He can close games for you just like Giannis. It makes sense. Malik Monk honestly makes less sense to me because I'd make the argument that you can count on DeMar from a scoring aspect. He can't play make as much as Malik, but I would say that DeMar, if you're Giannis, you're probably looking for consistency, right? And at least you can say, hey, our spacing is worse, but we've checked. I mean, Malik went through a lot this past season. He shot 32% from three. So if you're looking at both of those, and Malik, I think he's at 35 for his career. It's not as if he's a 40% three-point shooter. So if you're measuring both of those and you're trying to keep Giannis and you're trying to really make a push, I don't know why you would want Malik Monk over DeMar DeRozan if you're the Bucks. Maybe I'm talking myself into it with purple lenses, but if you're the Bucks, I don't know why you would want Malik Monk over DeMar DeRozan.
Well, I think if they're both being offered equally, yes, you would rather have DeMar DeRozan because DeMar DeRozan is a better player. Right? That's the simple.
Which nobody talks about.
Yeah, and maybe the Kings fan listening to this would say, well, then they should get something else in addition to Kyle Kuzma's awful contract for one of those two players.
But they're not. They're not.
Well, even if they wanted to, they couldn't, because Milwaukee literally can't trade any picks until 2031. Milwaukee straight up has no draft picks to trade. They have a second-round pick next year that is highly protected by Utah, so it's probably going to go back to the Jazz. Other than that, they can't trade a first-rounder until 2031. So there's nothing for the Kings to get. It would only be a move to balance the roster, which we've talked about before. Anytime we say Kyle Kuzma's name, there's going to be someone on the Sack Chat or someone on the text line that's like, no, don't go get Kyle Kuzma. But what we're talking about is balancing out the roster to remove the gluttony of wings or the gluttony of guards. What did you want to call them? Small wings, flats, whatever we were calling them earlier. You're clearing out the gluttony of small wings to just add a forward that can play 20 minutes off the bench.
Yeah, and you're on Fanspo and you click on picks when you try to trade the Bucks picks. It's just a bunch of writing. I've never seen this much writing when you go to, it's just, hey, New Orleans will receive this, Atlanta will receive that. So they don't have, you could find something, but you go to 20, 30, and which the Bucks probably wouldn't want to do because we can't give you that. We can't give you anything.
You literally cannot trade a Bucks draft pick until 2031. They have literally given up every draft pick, or it's a pick swap situation where they can't trade it until after the draft. So even the 2026, 2028, 2027 picks, they can't trade until after the draft because they have to wait for the pick swaps to happen.
Yeah, the text line 209 is saying, I'm still on Kuzma Island. I'm more than willing to buy low on him. Yeah, the reality is these are two distressed assets for two different reasons, but that's why you're not going to get anything else. You got 2 more years on his deal. He's 29 years old, coming off a really, really rough season. You're not getting anything else for him, and that's fine. And at least in my opinion, that's fine. What you're doing is you are attempting to balance out your roster and put yourself in a position where this is now for the Keegan Murray conversation. Hey, DeMar's gone. 17 shots are gone. 17 shots. Keegan, I need you to have at least 5 of those, maybe more. This is it. They should not be going to Kyle Kuzma. This is why we made this decision. And Kyle Kuzma is going to help you defensively. So, Allen, enough with the excuses for Keegan Murray. This is what we're talking about. So that would be a deal I would do tomorrow. Honestly, I would do tomorrow. Are the Kings better? They do that deal? I don't know. I really don't know. But I think it matters based on what everyone is based on what they're trying to build. Actually, the Bucks get better. The Bucks get 5 more wins in this deal, according to Fanspo.
Was it just DeRozan for Kuzma?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, because I know some people are not as high on DeRozan. I think one of our people on the call line might be one of them. But I think we're not valuing just how bad Kyle Kuzma was last season for the Bucks. Like one of the worst contracts in the NBA the second half of the season. And he's not even that bad of a deal.
No. But
he was just really bad.
He can't be worse.
Yeah.
He's hit rock bottom.
That's never great.
He's hit rock bottom. Now he's got a chip on his shoulder. He's not wearing huge sweaters anymore.
That's never great when you're giving up your leading scorer from last season for a guy who's never been worse.
But you are choosing a direction, right? Again, you are talking about a guy in DeMar DeRozan. I'm not going to call it empty calories sounds disrespectful, but you were the 9 seed, and you got smacked at home. No Kyrie.
The balancing the roster conversation is one thing. With DeRozan, some people are going to argue he should go to the bench. Even if you wanted to move him to the bench, there is no argument that DeMar DeRozan would be a less effective bench scorer than Kyle Kuzma, or would be less effective. Like DeRozan would obviously be better. It's just what is his role in the league right now? That's really the conversation at the heart of any DeMar DeRozan talk, which on the Bucks, he would be their starting 3 without question. I mean, you look at that roster right now for Milwaukee.
I think it's a perfect fit. I think it's a perfect fit.
But is Kyle Kuzma a perfect fit for the Kings?
He's a better fit for building what's the Scott Perry quote? For building a platform of sustainable success. I think he is. You know why? Because, again, you're giving Keegan Murray an opportunity. You're giving Nique Clifford. There are more shots to go around. There's more responsibility. This season, to me, and as much as I'm optimistic, Allen, even optimistic Allen only gets them to the second round.
Sure, but you would be actively making the team worse by doing this, right? And that's kind of
I don't know that.
DeMar DeRozan for Kyle Kuzma.
Kyle Kuzma isn't taking 17 shots, though.
I mean, we all agree the Bucks should add draft compensation if they're getting DeMar DeRozan. Even if it's a second-round pick, the Bucks should be adding something into that deal. But the problem is the Bucks have nothing to offer. They literally have no draft picks. So the only way they can get a player is either a trade like this for Kuzma, like buying low on DeRozan and his value, or what they've been doing, which is trying to go after Bradley Beal, signing Cole Anthony on the buyout market, signing Gary Harris to a minimum contract. Like that's been their only real course for improvement this summer, other than signing Miles Turner.
Keep an eye on the Milwaukee Bucks. You look at what Middleton did for that team. I don't see, based on what they're attempting to do, I don't see how DeMar DeRozan doesn't make sense, and probably makes more sense than Malik Monk based on what Giannis is most likely looking for from a consistency aspect. So keep an eye on that. They've obviously decided they're going to try to keep Giannis, and when teams want to do something and it's very open that they're trying to do something, that's where they get desperate and they try to hit home run swings. So we'll see what happens there. On the other side, let's predict what the Kings starting 5 will look like opening night. And we got some calls to get to. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I was taking my side hustle full-time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
Member Week is here at Lowe's. Don't miss your chance to get up to 40% off hundreds of items like paint, tools, home essentials, and more. Shop our exclusive deals happening in-store and online now through July 18th. Not a rewards member? Join for free today and get ready to save more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Around here, the summer can smack you silly, especially if your AC is not functioning at a high level. Whitey Gleason here. I had the opposite problem over the winter. System went down. It was panic time, but Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating saved the day. Let them save you from unnecessary summer misery. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating, reliable, trustworthy. They do great work. They've won awards for their service. Check the reviews at leesair.com. Find out about their $99 HVAC tune-up service. Save your summer now. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating on the web at leesair.com. License number 635355.
When you're hiring,
Have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-838-6767. That's 800-838-6767.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with the special guests, Mitchell Tenpenny, Low Cash, Vincent Mason, and Averyana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo.
Sponsored by Trex Racing Cage, Chicken Fingers, and Naturewood Home Furnishings. Tickets at catpfest.com.
The summer sell down is on at Maida's Elk Grove Chevy. Save $4,250 off MSRP. Every new 2025 Colorado, C71, CR2, and Trail Boss in stock. And Maida Chevy saves you $3,000 off MSRP. Every new 2025 Trax in stock. $4,250 off new Colorado. $3,000 off tracks. Exclusively at the Maida Chevy Supercenter. Now that's big, huge. See them all at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Less than Costco Gold Star Business or Deputy member. Not available with other offers.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on YouTube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Taking you up to 2 p.m. And where's the 262? I think we've brought this up before. The 262.
This is Wisconsin.
From southeastern Wisconsin, including the suburbs of Milwaukee and Kenosha.
Yeah, this person lives here but was from there. That's what it was.
262 says, and we always talk about who's got bad PR and, just bad, I guess, narratives and PR around the league. From the 262, come on. It's more about attitude and buy-in. Kyle Kuzma is a punk bleep and would never be a king in the Doug and Scott mold vision. What did he do? How is he a punk bleep? What happened?
Because he wore funny sweaters.
It wasn't just the sweater.
No, it's also him dating Kylie Jenner and being super over the top on social media.
Was he with Kylie?
One of the Jenners. He was with one of the Jenners when he was on the Lakers.
When did he become a punk bleep? I know that he'll hop on Twitter and, maybe talk about some stuff that he doesn't really have a ton of information on.
But even if you want to take it, there's a lot of stuff with Kyle Kuzma, whether it's I'm too good.
You think he's a punk bleep?
No, but I understand why people think Kyle Kuzma has a bad reputation, whether it's the Jenner thing, whether it's the funny sweaters, whether it's the being active on Twitter, that time that he said, I didn't want to re-sign with the Wizards and then re-signed with the Wizards, the time he vetoed a trade to the Mavs only to stay with the Wizards. And then remember when he was like, don't let it be you, the team that lost to the Pistons.
At this point, it's just like, don't be that team.
Yeah, don't be that team who lost to the Pistons and then they had a losing streak and everyone made fun of him.
But is that punk bleep or is he just...
No, the texter is way off base. Like that's a little too far. I don't know. But I understand why Kuzma's reputation is in the toilet. Because I used to be one of the people who said Kuzma's PR is worse than his play. Now I think it's kind of gone the other way. It's that we really don't appreciate just how awful he was on the Bucks last year. Like truly truly was awful on Milwaukee. Like, the Lakers gave him away for nothing, and that was a terrible decision. Getting to Milwaukee, like 2 years in Washington has just warped his brain.
Yeah. Here's the thing, though. Is the argument, hey, let's just, and I've had this argument too. And like I said, you don't have to do anything. But is the argument, Allen, I would just rather get through this season and then DeMar is on the rest of the contract that's not guaranteed. I'd rather do that than bring on, whether we're good or bad, I'd rather do that than bring on Kyle Kuzma for 2 years and see what he can do. The argument that's been there for Kyle Kuzma has been, hey, this is a move to essentially not help you tank, which is what somebody said on the text line, but help you focus on the Keegans and the Nique Cliffords and guys like that, because those shots are going to go to those dudes. That's my argument. I'm not necessarily, I went back and forth with Kyle about arguing whether or not they'd be worse. They would probably be worse, but would you rather be 5 games better for no reason or be 5 games worse with a purpose, right? 5 games better with no purpose or 5 games worse with a purpose. That would be my argument.
I guess the question is just, do you have an in-house option that would be better at the starting 3 than DeMar DeRozan? Because Kuzma would not be a better starting 3.
It would be Keegan.
So you would put Kuzma at the 4?
Well, one of those two, they're splitting them. I don't care.
I think what moving DeRozan to the bench or trading DeRozan does is it opens room for Keon Ellis to start. Right, it would be Schroeder, Keon Ellis, and Levine as your backcourt.
And what you're bringing Kuzma off the bench?
Yeah, I think in any situation you're bringing you. Lord knows you can't start Kyle Kuzma. The Bucks aren't even going to start Kyle Kuzma next year.
They might not have a choice.
They're not going to start Kyle Kuzma next year. They will start Kevin Porter Jr. over.
He's not even there anymore. You want to make a bet?
I feel fairly confident Kuzma is not going to start on the Bucks.
You know what happened last time we bet? You were out $50 at Taco Bell.
Yeah, Taco Bell. Oh, that was
Let's
not
make a
fun.
bet.
Wait, you're saying Kuzma's going to start? Let me pull up the Bucks depth chart real quick. So you've got Giannis, Miles Turner, Bobby Portis coming off the bench. You got Gary Trent. He'll be the starting 2. Taurean Prince, Kevin Porter. They got Cole Anthony. I guess he's going to come off the bench.
Kevin Porter, he must have returned.
You know what?
No,
Kevin Porter re-signed. Yeah,
he did re-sign. Okay, because I know there was something he was thinking about leaving, so he did re-sign.
Man, they've just got a who's who right here. Yeah. Jesus, Gary Harris, Taurean Prince, Cole Anthony, AJ Green, Andre Jackson.
Shake my hand like a man. 916-339-1140. Let's get to TC. What's up, TC?
Allen, what's up?
Hey, what you got?
Hey, so what I got is on the whole DeRozan thing, we gotta stop overvaluing dude, bro. Like seriously, I get it, the Hall of Fame and all that, bro, but that's like a better trade for the Kings. It's really for both. They get their scoring that they need, and also we get our length at 6'11" and rebounding. So that's why it's better for the Kings, right? It fits Doug Christie and Scott Perry, what we're doing, right? We need a bunch of lengthy guys that can play some defense and grab rebounds. Kyle Kuzma fits that, right? We don't need a guy standing in the middle shooting a bunch of turnaround jump shots. Nothing against DeRozan, bro. But you know what I mean? We'll find a home for him, a better place, dude. And Kuzma's better for the Kings, dog. So we got to stop overvaluing talking about give us Kuzma and 2 first-round picks. Come on, man.
Yeah. Thanks for the call, TC. I don't know that the Kings would be better, but that's what I'm going to continue to say. Better or worse, better with less of a purpose, or possibly worse, because we don't know. I mean, that's the thing. What are we talking about? They're set at 36.5 wins. Like, what are we actually talking about? So, Kyle, you're muted.
Well, here's the other part. So, yes, he's not going to take as many shots as DeMar DeRozan. Sure. DeRozan took, what did you say? The 25th most or 16th most in the league or something like that?
Yeah, he was for 20th.
Yeah, at 17 per game. Kyle Kuzma on the Bucks just the Bucks took 12 shots a game last year. That's more than Keegan Murray took.
He had no choice. He had no choice.
You want to start him on the Sacramento Kings.
You not taking that.
You're saying if we take away 17 DeMar DeRozan shots that this dude's not going to be... If you slide him into the starting lineup for DeRozan...
He can take 10 shots a game.
That dude is going to be chucking.
No. You take 10. You're part of the bad narrative. You're part of the bad PR thing.
No.
Look, I'm not saying I want him. I'm saying people got to decide what they want, right? You don't have to. There's so many people that are so upset about this current roster. There's only so many moves that can be made.
You said Kyle Kuzma will take 10 shots per game. He has literally never had a season in his NBA career where he's taken 10 shots a game.
He's never missed as many bunnies as we all watched him miss during the playoffs.
And you want to bring that to Sacramento for DeRozan.
He's a distressed asset.
He has literally never shot fewer shots per game than he did in Milwaukee last year.
It's very simple. Thank you, 530. Addition by subtraction. Thank you, 530.
I vehemently disagree with DeMar DeRozan being...
Okay,
an addition by subtraction.
You take your 36 wins and your 11 seed and you like it.
But I can get behind the move if you're getting...
And more importantly, more stymied Keegan Murray offensive growth. There you go.
I don't know why you think Kyle Kuzma is going to make it better.
Because he's not DeMar DeRozan.
So I guess where I can get behind it is if you're taking the Terry Rozier and 2 second-round picks situation. At least you can use those 2 second-round picks as a future piece. If you're taking on Kyle Kuzma, I don't think you can really move Kyle Kuzma again.
No, that is a good point.
Yeah, you're not getting anything that's helping you towards the rebuild.
That's a good point. It does still fit the timeline of the 2 years thing. The question is, do you want to just go through the 2 years with DeMar DeRozan and see what happens there? I would say I'd rather go through the 2 years with somebody who's going to take less shots and give more of those shots to a Keegan Murray, whoever. Anybody under 30. How about that? Anybody under 30. That's what I'm good with. On the other side, if we had to predict today, what do we think the Kings starting 5 will look like opening night? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Time to check out Capital Casino, conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
How far do you hit your 7-iron? The answers will tell you which tees to play, according to Josh Sens in Golf Magazine. Deep down, you know you shouldn't be playing from the tips, but it's common for golfers to play from too far back. Aside from higher scores, rounds become a grind and golf becomes much less fun. After several years of research, the USGA unveiled a new data-driven offering to find the proper tees called Best Tees. If you know how far you hit your 7-iron, Best Tees will tell you which tee boxes to play. A typical male golfer should be playing from 6,100 yards and a typical female golfer from 4,400 yards. Most players have a good idea of their 7-iron distance, with average males' distance of 138 yards and average females of 100 yards. Throw out the occasional perfect shot, which travels more than those distances, and concentrate on your average. This will allow you to reach the vicinity of most greens in regulation and let you hit a variety of clubs on approach shots. Leave your ego at home and give it a chance. You'll have more fun. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents it's local, but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hobbit, a Hobbit Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. What's happening for the Hobbit Employee Pricing Plus sales event?
Right now, you can get the family wherever you need to get them. When you save up to $17,000 off MSRP on the new 2024 Jeep Grand Cherokee 4xE. With the gas tax having gone up this month, that means you save even more at the pump with one of America's favorite hybrids.
What's happening at the giant Hobbit Certified Pre-Owned Supercenter?
Well, not only is Hobbit your one-stop shop for new Ram trucks, we are your pre-owned truck superstore. Right now, we have over 100 quality pre-owned trucks in stock. So whatever truck you're looking for, your perfect ride is waiting at Hobbit. Diesels, lifted trucks, 4x4s, Hemis, heavy duties. We have them all waiting for you.
Search, select, and save through our whole inventory, new and used, at hobbitdodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hobbit, period. 17,000 total net savings after 7,500 factory rebates and 9,500 dealer discounts. Rebates may include 2,500 2025 select inventory bonus cash, 500 first responder bonus cash for eligible first responders. Employee pricing for all included in dealer discount. VIN number 712-678. See dealer for details.
This summer, the heat keeps coming on the Sacktown Sports Live events calendar. Kicking off when Third Eye Blind and Neon Trees light up the stage on July 25th at the venue at Thunder Valley. Then head up to the lake for not one, but 2 nights with Old Dominion, August 1st and 2nd at the Lake Tahoe Amphitheater at Caesars Republic. And come right back up August 17th for Glass Animals. On August 21st, flash back to your favorite decade with Lost 80s Rewind featuring Flock of Seagulls at Thunder Valley Resort and Casino. Then get weird with the one and only Weird Al Yankovic live at the Lake Tahoe Amphitheater at Caesars Republic on August 24th. On August 29th, Japanese Breakfast takes the stage at the all-new Channel 24 music venue in downtown Sacramento. And don't miss the legendary Darius Rucker bringing the country heat to the Lake Tahoe Amphitheater at Caesars Republic on September 13th. For tickets and more details, keep it right here on Sacktown Sports or visit sacktownsports.com.
Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
on Sacktown Sports.
$262. I'd much rather have Jaime Jaquez over Kyle Kuzma. So would I.
Yeah, that's not.
I'm not taking Kyle Kuzma over many people. I'm saying that if there's nobody is saying, oh, the Heat want to deal with DeMar DeRozan for Jaime Jaquez, I'd rather get Kyle Kuzma, though. I'm not saying that. I'm saying there are people that want to move on from DeMar DeRozan, and you have to understand what the current value is. You don't have to do a deal. So let's not talk about Jaime Jaquez instead of Kyle Kuzma. Let's talk about, do you want to just keep DeMar DeRozan instead? I'm a bit torn on it because I hear Scott Perry talk, and he's got me convinced that this team is going to surprise some people. Now, I think surprising some people might just be a playoff appearance. Would that be pretty damn cool? But I'm not taking Kyle Kuzma over many people. It's just, what are they trying to do? To be honest with you, I don't think the Kings would do the deal, because the Kings, I believe, again, if I believe in what Scott Perry is saying, I think obviously the Kings do, and I think they would want to hold on to DeMar DeRozan because they think they're going to need him. They think they're going to be doing their thing in the West, creating that sustainable platform of success. That's what I believe the Kings feel like. So they probably wouldn't do the Kyle Kuzma deal.
Well, think of it this way too. What do the Kings need right now? If you like roster constructed as it is, what do they need?
I do think that they need a 6'9" long 3-4 type of wing.
Yep, to play backup 3 and backup 4, right? So if you trade for Kyle Kuzma, that's the role he plays on this team. And this maybe leads into our conversation about opening night starters. But if you were to do the DeRozan for Kuzma thing, you would be left with Dennis Schroeder, Keon. You would make room for Keon to start. So you would have Dennis Schroeder, Keon Ellis, Zach LaVine, Keegan Murray, Domantas Sabonis. And then coming off your bench, you would have Malik Monk, Devin Carter, Nique Clifford, however you want to piece that backcourt together, Kyle Kuzma, and Maxim Reno, right? Mm-hmm. So in this situation, Kyle Kuzma is, I'm not saying replacing Dario Saric because he would also play more minutes, but essentially you want a guy who sits in the corner and shoots threes and can maybe create his own shot, which Kyle Kuzma has a little bit of the like, oh no, please don't create your own shot. Just sit in the corner and shoot threes kind of attitude to him. But you would be balancing the roster by adding someone to back up essentially Zach LaVine and Keegan Murray, which is a role that Kyle Kuzma has never played before. And also it would be a very expensive 7th or 8th guy off the bench, right?
Enough.
That's the other part of it is
fair enough.
In that role.
916-339-1140. Let's get to Lewis, who wants to be a part of the conversation. What's up, Lewis? What you got for us, my man?
Styles, you really gonna call me Lewis, bro? It's Louis, come on, man.
Well, it's been a while, Louis. Where you been? I don't know. There have been plenty of times where I have thought it was somebody and then it wasn't them. So I play it safe. Get mad at Kyle. He put you in as Lewis, okay?
Kyle, come on, Kyle.
Is this? Are you the guy who boos me? I can't remember.
Yes, this is Louis who boos you.
Occasionally. But hey,
I just wanted to call in. I really don't think there's any way in heck that I'm trading DeRozan for Kuzma, man. You say take a couple steps back, but you have a vision. I don't see the vision with a guy like Kuzma. The Bucks got him and he flopped. It's like, I'm going to stay far away. That guy's value is at an all-time low right now. I'm staying as far away as possible. And the one thing that I always get really confused with Kings fans is they go, oh, we could put, one player on the bench and start Keon. But it's like, you could put the peanut butter on the peanut butter jelly first or the jelly, but the peanut butter and jelly are both going to taste the same. It's going to have the same result. It's like, if Keon's our starting two, I think we're in trouble, man. I love Keon, but we talk TC. I think the caller talked about overvaluing. I think a lot of times Kings fans overvalue Keon on what he brings to the table. But that's my 2 cents on it. I appreciate you.
So wait, Louis, you're trying to move Keon, or you're just saying in general you think, hey, maybe we're overvaluing Keon a little too much?
No, I don't want to move Keon. I want to keep Keon. I want him to be off the bench. I don't see him.
Okay.
Starting caliber shooting guard. That's
okay. Thank you for the call, Louis. Appreciate it, Louis.
Next time I'll just phonetically spell it out for you.
That's right. So shout out to my guy. And I hear you. And honestly, maybe we're just delaying, if you will, or getting to the same location in a different way. Because that's how I feel, right? This would be my argument. The 2 years, it does not change. If I'm not mistaken, Kyle Kuzma is on a 2-year deal. So he would still, he would still come off the books at the same time. So you have this 2026 season. Then he would have 1 year on his contract. Then after the 2027 season, it doesn't change the 2-year or the 2027 Armageddon that kind of Sean Cunningham has talked about, where all of so much comes off the books. That would be Zach LaVine as well. So it doesn't change your destination. It's just when you're on Waze and you say, hey, do you want to go this way or that way? When I'm coming home from the Bay Area or wherever it is, sometimes they take you, Dixon or the back roads if there's traffic or whatever. You're getting to the same destination. It's just, how do you want to get there? And the argument would be, do you want to get there via 38 wins and maybe a playoff a playoff run, which ends in the first or second round? Or do you want to get, and maybe stymied growth from some of your young players? Or do you want to get there to 2027? Or do you want to get there maybe worse, better draft picks, and more leeway, more runway for your younger guys? That's your choice.
Well, I think the one caveat with DeRozan, I will say, is because his contract isn't guaranteed for next year. I think only 10 of the 25 million are guaranteed. If they wanted to end that partnership a year early, they could waive him or agree to a buyout situation where it would only cost them at most $10 million to just waive him and buy him out. But that's only if they want to go to a cost-cutting measure situation for next year. But Kuzma, you're locked into that. You're paying him 2 years, $20 million each of the next 2 years.
It does fit the timeline. It does fit the 2027 timeline when the chickens are coming to roost. So it's just something to think about. I'm not saying to do it, and we don't know what's going to happen, right? I'll put it to you like this. If you had a crystal ball and you knew that the Kings were going to be a 9 seed and miss the playoffs with the current roster, would that change how you approach it? Because I think the answer is yes. I think that there are a lot of people similar to me that are hearing Scott Perry talk, and he talks about, hey, we just need more time, and there are the thoughts on, okay, they got a point guard now, they're getting more time together, maybe they could make some moves. I think there are a lot of people that are kind of buying what he's selling, and I'm one of those people too. So that's the holdup. But ultimately, you are still going to the same destination. DeMar DeRozan is 35 years old. So this thing is going to end a similar way. It's just a matter of how you want to get there.
Yeah, and I guess I would ask you, if they got the 9 seed next year and we got word that Domantas Sabonis is seeking clarity on his future with the organization again. More clarity. We need more clarity. But now, there's 2 years left on the deal, so we're going to start talking about his extension, or at least getting those conversations rolling. At that point, would you be more like if let's say Milwaukee ends up as the 6th seed or whatever next year, it works out, they make the playoffs with this group. Next year, would you rather just say, I would rather just take my lumps and waive DeMar DeRozan, or trade DeMar DeRozan for 1 year of Kyle Kuzma? Like, for ignoring this year, like, let's say we have this exact same conversation.
So you're just moving off of, you're just losing DeMar?
But instead of losing DeMar for nothing by waiving him, you would take on 1 year of Kyle Kuzma.
No, at that point, I wouldn't want him.
Okay, so then the move you're making is for this year specifically.
Yeah, I mean, I think Kyle Kuzma is being talked about a little bit. It's getting a little rough. I still think that there could be something there. I don't think he's as bad as he was in Milwaukee. But if you're talking about a 1 year expiring deal, I would rather just give those minutes to give them to Nique or whoever. That's what I would do.
And that was kind of my thought process with it, is like, if both had 1 year left on their deal right now and not 2 years, would you rather just waive DeMar DeRozan and say, thank you for your service, please go to wherever you would like to go at the end of your career? Or would you rather trade him to Milwaukee and get Kyle Kuzma's contract, right? If it were 1 year expiring, I think most people would say, just give the runway to one of the younger players. So if that's what the situation is going to be next year, theoretically, then how does Kyle Kuzma make them better this year than DeMar DeRozan does? That's kind of the tough part I'm stuck with. If this is a 1 year,
but it's not
commitment.
It's not really about, I've already said this though. It's not necessarily about making the team better, because we're talking about a team with 36 wins already.
I mean, but then what's the difference between 36 and 34, right?
The difference is Keegan Murray. I've said all this.
I don't know how much runway Keegan Murray's getting, because he's still playing the 4 on this team.
We're going in circles. When we return, 1 o'clock hour coming up next, 916-339-1140. Be a part of the conversation. What is going on in Sacramento as it pertains to the A's? And is there anybody that isn't currently in the slated starting lineup that you believe should be in the starting lineup for the Sacramento Kings? Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
The story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you're not looking for a brand new car, at Elk Grove Honda, we've acquired some of the best pre-owned cars we can find. We've kept only the best of our trades, and our buyer has found some of the finest pre-owned Hondas available in Northern California. You can see for yourself at elkgrovehonda.com. Whether you purchase a brand new Honda or a like-new pre-owned Honda, your car buying experience will be the same. We have the right Honda at the right price. You'll find us in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 and Elk Grove Boulevard.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
Nighttime is fun time at the Hagen Oaks Top Tracer driving range. It's more relaxed at night with people enjoying technology, where you can play Pebble Beach at Hagen Oaks, compete against your friends in a variety of games, or just practice at your leisure. There's food when you're hungry from hangout eats and drinks, or enjoy a beverage on the brand new patio with relaxed seating. And check out the summer-long free concert schedule. It's the Hagen Oaks driving range nightly until midnight, Fulton Avenue at Business 80.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121.
Why'd I go to the doctor?
My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Carmichael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A-plus Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal. You should feel better about that. Or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
KHD 1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports 1140. The Open Championship Leaderboard Update is brought to you by Naturewood Home Furnishings, where it's all about choices and always about quality.
Out at the Open, we currently have a 5-way tie for first place at 4 under, including golfers such as Harris English and Matt Fitzpatrick. Scotty Scheffler is currently 3 under at the end of his first round. He is 1 stroke behind the leaders.
Your home for Kings Talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Hour 4 is here, and we're going to take you up to 2 p.m. After that, the Drive Guys Gotcha, Whitey Gleason, Kyle Draper, Jay Johnson. I don't know when Kyle Draper gets back. I don't know if he has to stay there the whole time. I mean, he's been out there for a while.
I think he's choosing to stay out there the whole time.
I mean, if I'm getting past day 3, you know what? The only reason I would sign up to stay in Vegas more than 3 days, I would say, 3 days, 3 nights, whatever it is because it would force me to leave the Strip. I think if you're there for 3 days or less, it's really hard to leave the Strip. I remember when we went for Super Bowl and I decided, because I have back in the day, there used to be a music festival called Life is Beautiful that we would go to. I think we went 3 or 4 years straight. They have kind of Sunset, that music festival, but it was in downtown Vegas. So we go every year and we would stay at, it's the name of the hotel, the D Hotel, or Four Queens or the Nugget, any of those places. So we loved the downtown. It's cheaper down there for games, for beverages, everything you might ask. And then we would essentially flip it to where, when people go downtown for maybe a couple hours or a day, that's what we would do with the Strip, and we would go to the Strip for a couple hours or whatever it was. But when you're on the Strip, you leave to go downtown. When I did that, when we went for Super Bowl, I immediately felt like I was missing out on stuff. Like as soon as you land in downtown Vegas, right, you got to take the Uber or with the monorail, whatever you try to do to get there. All of a sudden, people are texting you where you at. You're seeing people on social media. Somebody found a pool party. So every time you go downtown, you just feel like you're missing out on something. If you're there for 4 or 5 days, you're going to be so sick of the Strip, you'll feel comfortable going downtown or going off the Strip. There was a Uber driver trying to tell us about some local spots to go to for Chris and Brennan, because I'm there for 2 nights. I'm not going to leave the Strip. But if I was there for a week like them, that soul food spot that's super viral that everybody goes to. There's a Hawaiian spot that I've been following for maybe 7 years on Instagram. I've never even thought about going because I've never been in Vegas besides one time, and I didn't know about it yet. Besides one time, I'm always in Vegas for 2-3 nights, and I'm just not going to sacrifice getting in the Uber, getting all the way out there. Guy Fieri, when you watch his diners, I didn't have the trash can nachos, by the way. I didn't even get over there.
Again, really got to change the branding.
I didn't have enough time, but Guy Fieri, whenever he goes to a place in Vegas, it's always off the strip. And I don't even bother putting it in my mind because I know I'm never going to get out there. I'm just never going to get out there if I'm there for 2 nights or even 3 nights.
So Brendan and Chris are on what, day 6 now?
Friday to Friday.
So this is day 7. I guess Chris left a little later. So
right.
Brendan day 7, Chris day 6. You're saying they should venture out right now?
I'm saying if I were them, I would have finally gone to the soul food spot. I would have finally gone to the Hawaiian spot because I would just be, I was already getting out this because I wasn't winning, but I was already pretty sick of the strip by the time I left.
Okay. So I guess here's the counterpoint question. Does Draper's Vegas experience change to your rules by the fact that he is there with his high school age son? So it is the two of them.
I think it's even more of a reason to get off the strip. I think it helps my argument.
Is that by day 2 or day 3, because they're mostly there for the basketball, right?
Exactly.
So,
and you can only, they're watching a lot of basketball.
I mean, they're on day 6 and I think they're still having a great time, but you're saying that you gotta hop in the Uber, him and Nick, and you just gotta go somewhere else.
You gotta do, which I'm assuming they probably have. Now, Chris and Brendan, I don't know if they have, but that you also got to realize everybody has dipped. Everybody is bounced. Everybody's gone.
Except for Draper and his son.
It's Draper, his son.
I think Mark Jones is still there.
Chris, Brendan, and a bunch of agents. And maybe this is where they can really cook. Maybe this is where they can really meet some people because all the fluff is gone.
All the people who are still here are really there.
You're really in it. The content creators are gone. A lot of the media members are gone. A lot of people are gone. So the national writers, I think a lot of them, I saw Brett Siegel, I think left yesterday. So they're really bare bones now. You should have, I'm going to tell them, you should have pretty close relationships with some high up peeps because there's no one else to talk to.
It's just Josh Giddey's agent.
Yeah, there's no one else to talk to besides Josh Giddey's agent.
Besides Josh Giddey's agent and one member of the Bulls front office. Those are the only people who are still there. Because Josh Giddey isn't even there anymore. I was reading that story from The Athletic, which is really interesting. It was like, Giddey is looking for $30 million a year. Bulls are at $20 million. Ain't much of a compromise either way. But Giddey's not even there anymore. It's just his agent is the only one who's still hanging around.
So they better be doing some schmoozing because that's it. It's just them. They're going to be seeing everybody because, and that, I think that's a great reason to be out there. I believe they're probably going to be building relationships with the team even more so. And that's why our Sacktown Sports kind of digital footprint has grown as much as it's grown the last year or so. And it's because of the hard work of these guys because they're in it, man. And let me tell you, it's hot as hell. It's so hot out there. The hot wind, it's brutal. You think it's out here in Sacramento? I know it hit triple digits last weekend, but they are toughing it out. So shout out to them. No round table today, obviously, because they're both running around and Frankie's doing something. But we will get them on next week and get a recap.
We bring the boom.
That's right.
That's what we do.
Get a recap on everything that they kind of learned and discovered while out there. Back to the DeMar DeRozan conversation. 916 says, who is going to be a better locker room presence for the young players? That's the question you have to ask yourself at this point. Can we have a better locker room presence that doesn't take the 20th most field goal attempts in the league?
Besides, what better locker presence than an NBA champion, a man who has played with great players such as LeBron James, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Jordan Poole. I mean, the elite of the
That's
elites
right.
in the NBA. Why not go for that guy?
And don't get me wrong. Like I said, I'm just being a bit facetious there. I am really torn. I am to the point where Scott Perry is making me believe. Somebody said Allen's back on that hopium again. I'm close.
I mean, let me just phrase it this way, as simple as I can. For same asking price, don't worry about anything else. Would you rather have Kyle Kuzma or 2 second-round picks?
I don't know.
Okay, that just.
I mean, probably. Again, what am I just adding him to the team?
You're adding his contract, and in the other situation, you're taking on Terry Rozier, which you might not have to pay his
No.
I'm saying you might not have to pay his contract anyways because he might get banned from the NBA.
Yeah, I would take Kyle Kuzma. If we're talking about just adding a wing to the team, come on. This is getting ridiculous now.
Okay, I just wanted to check in here. I don't think we're going to which I do agree with the sentiment of how can we get Keegan Murray a Trey Murphy-esque fourth season just to find out what he can do on the offensive end of the floor. Like, I understand that sentiment, but that's something that rebuilding teams do. And in this situation, you would be taking steps towards the inevitable, which is they're going to have to tear this sucker down.
Taking steps towards the inevitable. That's where we will leave it, Kyle, because I think that's exactly where we should leave it. People are saying that this writer maybe should have left his thoughts in his head because he is getting. Senor Segway strikes again.
Whatever rating the trash can nachos get at Guy Fieri's restaurant is what you get for that.
That's good then. That's one of the most popular things on the menu. Mm-hmm. Go look up a picture during the next break.
Of the trash can nachos?
So let me lay this out for you, okay? LeBron Antonio Hill, who is an opinion writer for the Sacramento Bee and a member of its editorial board. He is a native of Tennessee. Now I'm just reading his bio here. A native of Tennessee with stops at the Tennessean in Nashville and the Chattanooga Times Free Press. LeBron enjoys writing about politics, culture, and education, among other topics. So his latest piece has made, I would say more so made Bay Area people mad than Sacramentans, but I think it has left people maybe in the middle of how they should feel. So here is the title of the article. Let's go Sacramento chants at A's games. Kill the vibe if you love Sacramento. And he basically tells a story that there were chants happening, okay? And he says, I just so happened to look up a couple of rows down from me and saw a gentleman stand up. He then began the chant that has echoed in Sutter Health Park since the Athletics arrived in Sacktown. Let's go Oakland. The crowd surrounding him joined in with him happily. The ironic part to me is that the man was wearing an A's hat that had a Sacramento patch on the side. Now you may ask, well, why don't you make the experience your own, LeBron? I tried. One game during the faithful seventh inning stretch, the crowd began to sing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game." A tradition is for fans to insert the name of their team instead of singing home team. I decided, as I usually do, to say Sacramento A's. I was met with a loud and obnoxious response that Sacramento will never be their name. So he goes on to write, so that he tells his story there and essentially goes on to say, Ronadive needs to cut the A's stay short. Ronadive, and I don't want the power to go out again, so I'm just going to say his last name. Ronadive may need to step back and think about what this athletic stint is doing to the culture of Sacramento. We're already known as the stepchild of Northern California. At the end of the season, Sacramento will have 1 year under its belt as an MLB team, and that is more than other cities that are trying to have baseball like Nashville and Portland, Oregon. Ronadive got what he wanted, and that is great. Yet the community as a whole has nothing to show for it. It would be a basic show of trust for Ronadive to let the public know about any efforts by him to get Sacramento's own MLB team. Only then would going to Sutter Health Park to watch the A's mean something. These disgruntled A's fans are not going anywhere after this season. If anything, their negative movement will only grow. Sacramento should not be the host to this for another season. We're frankly better than this. Let's go, Sacramento. That is from the Sacramento Bee. That is from LeBron Antonio Hill. It is an opinion piece, just to be clear. And we have obviously a ton of friends at the Sacramento Bee, Jason Anderson, Chris Biederman, who I was just speaking with yesterday. So I saw this, and you can find it for yourself, but he was getting fried. He was getting fried. And honestly, he was getting fried because there were some inaccuracies with some of the names that were used that have since been fixed and edited. So he was getting fried for a couple reasons. To me, and I don't know LeBron. I don't have I don't have any ill will. I don't have any feelings towards him. I just read the article. You put out the article and people are going to read it. My initial feeling is that this is a perfect microcosm of how Sacramentans feel. Now, we know he's not born in Sacramento. He said that, from Tennessee. But obviously he's lived out here for however long. He feels a part of the Sacramento community. But that article completely reminded me, or completely kind of laid out how Sacramentans feel. Because it was fairly confusing, in my opinion. Because at one point, you're saying you're chanting. It's almost as if, okay, well, I chanted Sacramento and it was such a bad time. Yeah, you should just leave. You should just end this now, which contractually, I don't even know if Vivek can do. I would argue that he cannot. Now, there have been conversations as to whether Major League Baseball may step in, but I don't think Vivek can say, hey, MLB, hey, A's, you know what? They're chanting, let's go Oakland. You guys got to get up out of here. This isn't what we signed up for. Because it was what they signed up for. And we're very careful on this show to not, beat it up over and over again and tell the same story that everybody else says. But putting out an article like this, I'm just not sure if I'm from Sacramento, do Sacramentans want the A's gone? Because that's essentially how he closed it. Well, you know what? I tried to chant, let's go Sacramento. It didn't work out. You know what? I actually think I'm good. And we're better than this. Now we know. So I think that's why Bay Area peeps are having fun with it. Because, oh, you know what? We are better than this. That's not what you said when all of the drama was going on and there was fighting between Oakland and Sacramento. So now that they're out here and it's not what you expected, who, by the way, I don't know why you're chanting let's go Sacramento A's, because they don't exist. You just said that there was the big Las Vegas sign on the fence, but I'm not really sure what I was supposed to get out of this article, Kyle, but I did find it fascinating because clearly this person, LeBron, was, and I can reach out, try to get him on the show. Clearly he had feelings, but just like a lot of Sacramentans, didn't really know how to express the feelings and ended up just saying, just leave. Yeah. Just leave.
Well, just leave because you're mean.
Exactly. This actually isn't what we want, so just leave. Just get out of here.
Yeah, and I think what you just articulated, I think, is the great point about this, is like, what do people in Sacramento want with this A's experience? And the answer is, you're not going to find a universal consensus anywhere. No. I mean, there's so many differing opinions on this whole experiment. I'll preface this by saying I've been to a lot of these A's games. I'm fortunate enough to live in downtown. The station sets us up with media passes.
Light flex.
It's a very cool. I've been to probably 15 or so of these games now in some capacity. It's a cool experience. So they do not belong here. That's kind of the conclusion that I've drawn from it. Now, other people have really enjoyed this experience. Other people are not going at all, despite the fact that they've been lifelong A's fans. Some people are showing up just because it's like, oh, hey, it's something cool to do on a Friday night, just having Major League Baseball around. And attendance numbers have been below 10,000 for pretty much every series except the Giants, the Yankees, and opening night. So you're not going to find any consensus across the board from any group of people in Sacramento. He's articulating one point. It took a weird route to get there, but is articulating one point of maybe you belong in Vegas, maybe you belong in Oakland, you don't belong in Sacramento. And dragging Sacramento into this John Fisher, stealing a team from Oakland and breaking the Oakland community is not fair to Sacramento and putting that reputation on Sacramento. Now, others would make the argument it's not Sacramento because they won't even put their name on Sacramento. It's just the A's embarrassing themselves on a national stage. But it's hard to differentiate the two when they are literally playing in Sacramento. There's so much nuance to the whole situation.
After he kind of lays out what happened at the game, he goes on to write, and I found this to be interesting. He says, in the Ronadive part that I read, that was at the end of the article. He says, the allure of Las Vegas and the chip on the shoulder caused by the nasty divorce with Oakland doesn't leave a lot of room for Sacramento. It is extremely natural for a fan to want a sense of pride and identity with the sports team that is in their community. What is incredibly abnormal is being corrected by the Oakland A's culture police every time someone tries to mention Sacramento in the same breath as the team. I'm saying you looking for smoke. If you are writing stuff like this, you are looking for smoke. With that being said, I would at least agree with him in that it is probably annoying to walk in there and want to enjoy something and have people upset at how you are trying to enjoy it. Now, 916-339-1140, I see texts come in. We'll take some calls on it too. Have you had a negative experience with somebody that is coming off as if they are a salty Oakland A's fan that is in the building or maybe even not at the game? Have you had a negative experience with them, and what did it look like? Because the problem is you're getting into this with an Oakland A's fan for someone that's not even riding with you. That it's not Sacramento's team. So they're roasting you because they think you look stupid because you're saying, come on, Kyle, take me out to the ball game.
Root for the
yeah, right.
You almost got it.
Root for the Sacramento A's.
Well, so this is the interesting thing about it is like this does happen every time, like without pause. They get to the 7th inning stretch and it's just a root for the blah, because it's just like some people are saying Sacramento, right. Some people are saying Oakland.
You got to record it one time, and we'll play the audio.
I should. And some people are saying A's, and a lot of the times it's the other team's fans. Like when the Giants were here, it was like root for the, and just drowned out by Giants, right? Mm-hmm. So it happens every night without pause. No one knows what to do with it, and it's very interesting that this is articulated in a way that is Sacramento specific. Is like Sacramentans are not getting the chance to enjoy that if you even wanted to brand this team as the Sac A's.
Yeah, the 916 is saying if the A's don't want us, then I don't want them. They could have made a lot of money on Sacramento A's merch, with me included, but they'd rather the money go to scalpers than make the money themselves. Straight disrespectful to Sac. And I think that's what it is. Oakland A's fans are upset for a lot of reasons, but they're also just saying, you look crazy. You look crazy screaming Sacramento A's when that's not the team's name, and you yourself have acknowledged that there is a big old Las Vegas there. You can't watch a game and not see something Las Vegas. I feel like I'm back in Vegas whenever I watch a Sacramento. I almost said Sacramento A's, an A's game.
Yeah, well, I mean, we can kind of call them that. But what's so funny is that as the season has gone along, it's like people don't even want to be, I'd say not everyone, but more people than in April don't even want to be associated with the whole project. You know, there's a lot of people who text in all the time that say, if the A's don't want us, we don't want them, or I wish they had just put Sacramento on the jersey, or like given us something that made us feel like it was our team. And that's from day one never been the messaging. And
what if they did it now? What if next season they said, we'll be the Sacramento?
Oh, if they did, again, they should have done this from the start. If they do a City Connect jersey,
that's it.
That is Sacramento. I don't know if Sacramento would adopt them, but they sure would make a lot of money.
Yeah, I guess the question is, even when people apologize for stuff, right? Whatever national name, they say something that someone found inappropriate, and they got to go out and make an apology. Do you accept their apology or not? Do you believe their apology or not? And some people will say, no, I mean, they never should have said it. Others will say, hey, well, at least they apologized and we can move forward. They made a mistake. If the A's, what's worse? Just powering through and saying, you know what? We didn't do it. We're not going to do it. And we don't want to apologize, because then they're going to say, well, now you just want money. Now you just want Sacramento. I personally think that Sacramentans would accept their apology and buy it. I still do. Now, if they did that in the last season, I think that would come off as corny. But I think if they did it this season, hey, we heard you, acknowledge it, which the A's are terrible at doing, but acknowledge it, say, hey, this was a miss, give a reason. Hey, and you can hire me to the A's right now. I get off at 2. Hey, I'm already at Sutter Health Park with the River Kitties, which I'm back on Friday, by the way. Hey, thank you. Hey, we've heard everyone. We understand how you feel. Our thought process was we didn't want any confusion. We didn't want to disrespect those in Las Vegas. It was never about how we do not care about Sacramento. Because of it, we are so happy to bring to you a City Connect jersey that we are going to use time and time again throughout the season. It's something to commemorate our time here in Sacramento, because we are so grateful for what Sacramento, West Sacramento specifically, has done for us. And we cannot wait to continue this partnership and building ourselves through the community. Because that's the craziest part. Lawrence Butler does stuff in the community. Jacob Wilson was just at, I believe, or he's going to be at American River City College. They're doing stuff in the community.
Yeah, Mason Miller, they showed it was at a shelter the other day. Like, there's all sorts of stuff they are doing. It's just none of that is being translated in messaging.
Yeah.
And, I think it's more of an apology to the broader sports fan in Sacramento, because I think there is a group of a few thousand people, many of them with small children, who very much are enjoying this Sacramento experience. There are familiar faces that I've seen at these games pretty regularly, or are wearing the Brent Rooker giveaway jerseys, which means you've been to at least 2 games now. Yeah. So I think there is a group of people that are enjoying it. It's just more so you've alienated the larger sports fan community in Sacramento.
When we return, continuing the conversation, we also break down what's going on with Juwan Jennings and that contract dispute. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
It is peak summertime for Sacramento River Cats baseball. From July 18th through the 27th, we have 9 River Cats home games in 10 days at Sutter Health Park. It's the perfect time to bring the whole family for affordable, action-packed baseball and nonstop fun. With every game offering something special, don't miss the excitement. There's no better place to be this summer than right here at the ballpark with the Sacramento River Cats. Get your tickets at rivercats.com.
Around here, the summer can smack you silly, especially if your AC is not functioning at a high level. Whitey Gleason here. I had the opposite problem over the winter. System went down. It was panic time, but Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating saved the day. Let them save you from unnecessary summer misery. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating, reliable, trustworthy. They do great work. They won awards for their service. Check the reviews at leesair.com. Find out about their $99 HVAC tune-up service. Save your summer now. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating on the web at leesair.com. License number 635-355.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got to tell you, I am so excited to get this decking project started with Trex Decking and Railings. From the first time I stepped foot in the showroom last week, I was so impressed. So many color options, heat-resistant composite deck. What does that mean? That means I don't have to do any maintenance on it whatsoever. They even have a deck designer, so you can go online and see what your dream deck will look like on your house. Just visit Trex, that's Trex.com to get it started. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with the special guests, Mitchell Tenpenny, Low Cash, Vincent Mason, and Abriana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo.
Sponsored by Trex Racing Cage Chicken Fingers and Naturewood Home Furnishings. Tickets at catpfest.com.
Buckle up, racing fans! Adrenaline is back in full blast on July 19th. It's chaos, carnage, and crazy fun with boat trailer racing and more at the Stockton 99 Speedway on July 19th. Don't miss the madness. Tickets starting at just $15. Get yours today at Stockton99.com.
Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
On Sacktown Sports.
Okay. It's time. Monster Jam Freestyle Mania. Gonna give everybody a couple seconds here to get ready to get those fingers ready to dial the number. And here we go. Win a pair of tickets to experience Monster Jam Freestyle Mania at Golden One Center on August 10th. It's big time family fun at Monster Jam, where world-class athletes and 12,000-pound monster trucks come together to tear up the dirt in wide-open competitions of speed and skill. Kyle, we're looking for caller number
6.
Caller number 6 on the Folsom Lake Honda hotline to win a pair of tickets to experience Monster Jam Freestyle Mania at Golden One Center on August 10th. 916-339-1140. 916-339-1140. 916-339-1140 for your chance to win tickets to see Monster Jam Freestyle Mania. We're looking for caller number 6, not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5. That's right. Caller number 6.
Did we conclude what this voice was?
I don't know, but I'm committed now.
It's Monster Truck PA announcer?
Yeah.
Or the guy who voiced the Monster Truck commercials?
Caller number 6. Oh, I see 6 just came in. Kyle is going to handle it. 6 just came in. Somebody on the text line said, who wrote that line? Some random HR lady when I was giving my A's apology. A's apology to Sacramento to tell them, hey, we are going to have a Sacramento City Connect jersey. 916 said, who wrote that? Some random HR lady? Yes, that is me. I am the random HR lady, 916, and I came up with that live. Pretty good. I can see the jerseys getting printed now. So, look, like I said, I got love. I don't have anything for LeBron Antonio Hill. I would love to kind of sit down with him and chat, but this was my first kind of intro to him, and it's not me. I'm not necessarily killing him for it. It's an opinion article, and that's his opinion. It just felt as if to me, it was a microcosm of what a lot of Sacramentans feel, because didn't really know how to feel, and it ended with them saying, hey, just get on out of here, which I don't know if a lot of Sacramentans would want the A's to now leave. They're not hurting anyone, but maybe you felt as if you would have been more connected to them at this point, and now you're not. If it does happen, hey, we'll welcome you at River Cats games. You know that. The River Kitties are always rocking and rolling. Kyle doesn't have the River Kitty sound because he's on the phone with our winner. So if you're on the line right now, Kyle is talking to our winner. So barring any type of issue with that information, you'll have to try again tomorrow. And tomorrow will be your last chance to win a pair of tickets to experience Monster Jam, a Freestyle Mania at Golden One Center on August 10th, which is coming up right around the corner. Now, on August 9th, you will also have a chance, if you are a high school baseball player or someone young in your college career, 16 through 19, you will have a chance to show your stuff at the Top of Nine Showcase August 9th at Luther Burbank High School. You can check out more information at Top of Nine. That's the number 9 showcase.com. I am heavily involved with it. I have partnered with Luther Burbank High School to put this on. These are for kids that were just like me as a ball player. You got some skill, you just haven't been seen, and you're a bit of a late bloomer. So this is an opportunity for you to be seen. We got confirmation from Jessup University yesterday that they will be out there. Kenyatta College from Redwood City should be out there as well, American River City College, and we're working on some other things as well with local schools. So that is your opportunity to get seen by some college coaches and continue to play in your career, because, a lot of people, they say if you're good, they'll find you. Sometimes they got to look a little harder, and we're giving everyone an opportunity to look and an opportunity to be seen. Juwan Jennings wants to be seen as a number 2 wide receiver in this league. Man, that was a good senior segue, but Kyle's still on the phone. That was top tier right there. What is happening with Juwan Jennings and his contract situation. So right now he is hanging on to a $1.17 million base salary. It is very laden with kind of incentives. Plays 50% of the snaps, he gets another $1.5 million. 60 or more receptions, he'll get almost about $670,000. 600 or more receiving yards, same idea, $670,000. 6 or more touchdowns, $670,000. Can be an unrestricted free agent after the 2026 season. Matt Mayoko, who was on with the Drive guys yesterday, Matt Mayoko says one prominent NFL agent who represents wide receivers told NBC Sports Bay Area that Jennings' next contract could pay him anywhere from $11 million to $15 million per season. Think Jacoby Myers, the agent said. Myers, who is 29, signed a 3-year, $33 million contract with the Raiders in 2023 after 4 seasons with the New England Patriots. Myers is coming off his best season in 2024. He caught 87 passes for 1,027 yards for 4 touchdowns. With a rising salary cap, Jennings' next deal figures to exceed Myers' payout. Jennings took advantage of his increased playing time last season to post a career best of 77 catches on 975 yards and 6 touchdowns in 15 games. So he didn't have as many yards as Myers or catches, but, he, I believe, did have, he had more touchdowns as well. I'm trying to figure out who's the best wide receiver that Juwan Jennings is better than. Because I like Juwan Jennings. I think he's getting slandered. I couldn't believe that apparently him and Ricky Pearsall are the same size. But I really like him, and I think the Niners should pay him. You don't got to throw him a super bag or anything like that. But more so than like him, I don't think that the Niners can afford to lose him.
Okay, so here is I have the receiving yard totals from last year in the NFL. Juwan came in 28th, so I'm going to throw out some similar names in receptions and yards. How about Darnell Mooney?
I think Juwan's better than him.
Okay. Let's go with...
He had a crazy random season, though, in Atlanta.
Yeah, and he was pretty good. How about Jameson Williams with the Detroit Lions?
Electric, but no. I think Juwan is just more consistent. I would say Juwan's better.
All right, so if we keep going, we've got Jacoby Myers there. Calvin Ridley?
Juwan's better.
Okay. Got to go down now. We've got Jonnu Smith with I guess now the Steelers.
Yeah, I mean, he's a tight end, but...
That one's a little weird. How about Jordan Addison? It's pretty similar.
That's
numbers.
A good one.
Jordan Addison is the bar.
That's a good one. That's close.
Okay.
Jordan Addison has helped me a lot, by the way, as well.
So Juwan had 77 catches, 975 yards. Jordan Addison, 63 catches, 875 yards last year. Then we have Alec Pierce with the Colts. We have Khalil Shakir with Buffalo.
Which way are you going?
I'm going down now, because if we go up, it's Puka Nakua's and
going up.
DK Metcalf's.
Who's the next person?
Above Jacoby Myers is Zay Flowers.
I do love Zay. He's a Zont king.
Okay. Then we have...
Zay's better.
And we have Devontae Adams.
Okay.
Yeah, I know.
I see why you stopped.
Yeah.
But just give me another one.
Here's not a superstar. How about Cortland Sutton?
I mean, am I crazy? Is Cortland wildly better than Juwan Jennings?
I've always said Cortland Sutton is the stereotypical. He should be your if he's your wide receiver 2, you're doing great. If he's your wide receiver 1, you need a better receiver.
You could say the same thing about Juwan.
No, Juwan Jennings is not no one's wide receiver 1.
Give me another name.
All right, if we keep going up, we're at 15th now. We got Terry McLaurin. Obviously, Terry's better.
Okay.
And then we're getting into the stars, the Jackson Smith and Jigbas.
I'll still argue Cortland Sutton.
I think, okay, here's the last one I can throw at you is this person had more catches but fewer yards, but also played on a bad team. It's DJ Moore with the Bears.
DJ Moore, all he does is catch screen passes. That's all DJ Moore does.
Okay, I think we've got your answer. It's
and he's better. Juwan's better.
It's Jacoby Myers. It's Jordan Addison. It's Cortland Sutton.
Yes.
That's the tier that you're referring.
Yes, and just because I know Whitey is in there, and that reminds me of, they're basically the tier 2 shooting guards. Juwan Jennings is basically... He's not Darius Garland, but he's in that. Is he Cole? He's better than Cole Anthony.
I don't know what we're doing now.
That's exactly for Whitey, who joins us on the other side to close out the show. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation.
Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
The Giant Summer Sale is here. Get giant savings on our giant selection only at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save during the Honda Summer Event and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. See all our specials at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda. Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying for it. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid for below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
At Power Business Technology, we're not another big box corporation. We're your neighbors, locally owned and operated. We know what businesses like yours need, from reliable printers to high-performance copiers. We'll help you find the right solution with personal service you just can't get online. Need setup or support? We're just down the road and always happy to help. Power Business Technology, family hometown service with big-time solutions. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729 or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Come check out Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Plenty of well-lit parking available, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. And remember, Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
At Kids Care Dental and Orthodontics, we're all about summer smiles. During July, we're having our Summer Smiles special with $300 off braces or Invisalign with no money down if you start treatment in July. And you'll have a chance to win Legoland tickets. Go to kidscaredental.com for more information.
Your home for Kings Talk and so much more.
Live and vocal.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
This one is just for Whitey Gleason. Yay or nay? Juwan? I don't know. I can't hear you. It's not the wrong microphone. Try again, Whitey.
Hello?
Oh, there you are.
Yeah, Christopher Laud only put up 2 of them this morning. Usually he puts up all 4.
Passing the buck.
Yeah, immediately this is Christopher Laud's fault.
Passing the buck.
He's supposed to put up all 4, you know? But
True.
because you didn't do crosstalk in that chair, he didn't put it up.
True or false? That was my fault, too. True or false?
Oh, no.
Whitey Gleason?
Yeah.
Juwan Jennings.
False. False.
Is Norman Powell.
No, false.
He is.
Norman Powell's way better than Juwan Jennings.
Okay, now see, why do you have to do this?
Well, he is. And Juwan Jennings is good, but he only plays, if somebody's hurt or he's forced to play, and he's really good.
And then he's Jerry Rice. So
that's not true.
Wow. That one game he was Jerry Rice.
What, the Super Bowl?
That too. No, not even. Remember that game? He broke all those records.
Which game was that, Alan? Do you remember it?
I remember what he's
the
talking
Rams game?
about.
Don't get me started.
I do remember what you're talking about,
No.
that doesn't make him Jerry Rice.
Yeah. No. Hold on. Since he's not, is he not Jerry Rice? Let's see here.
At least we're talking football to football.
No,
And
no,
he's
don't
not
worry.
Jerry Rice.
Here you go. Where was it, Kyle? 2024 regular season. All I got to look for is Jerry Rice-esque numbers. Is this the one? When he had 3 touchdowns and 175 yards.
Was that the Rams game?
Yes, and they lost.
Yeah.
175 big ones.
Okay, so what are you saying? You're saying Juwan Jennings is Jerry Rice?
I'm saying he's Norman Powell.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what this has what is Norman Powell's career high?
Exactly. So he's better. Thank you, Kyle, for pointing that out. Whitey Gleason, how you doing?
Good. We're going to have Rob Stats Guerrera on today from the Gold Center Pod. I'm sure we'll talk to him about all of that.
Mm-hmm.
What would you do if you're running the Niners with Juwan Jennings?
I'd pay him now.
So it's like you'd give him a Jerry Rice side.
I would. I think this guy can play.
Norman Powell has had 3 40-point games in his career.
That's pretty much the same thing. But I would probably say Juwan Jennings. Can you believe apparently Ricky Pearsall and Juwan Jennings are the same size?
Yeah.
They're the same height, yes.
I can believe that. I mean, I'm not. Why should I be surprised by that?
Because he keeps thinking Ricky Pearsall is like 5'10".
No, he's like a barely a 6er.
Huh. No,
yeah, he's like Christian
me.
McCaffrey. In my mind, he's Christian McCaffrey.
Christian McCaffrey also bigger than you think.
Sure. So Rob Stats Guerrera.
Yes, he's going to be on with us today. And also Kenny Albert.
Very good. Is Draper still out there?
Draper's supposed to be in today.
Oh, he's back. Okay, so he's back now.
Yeah.
Okay, because we were saying he's Chris, and so that's 2 more guys gone, 2 more people gone. So it's literally just Chris.
It's Chris Brennan and Josh Giddey's agent.
Yeah.
I got to tell you, we had one of my favorite Draper moments, and he's probably listening right now. So, and he said this on the air, so it's cool. But it was 2 nights ago, and I wasn't sure what his schedule was, and the show's wrapping up. So I said, so this would have been what, Tuesday? I said, so are you back with us tomorrow on there? And he goes, yeah, reluctantly.
Oh.
Just started laughing. So after the show, I told Jay, if he can't, I know it's hard when you're in Vegas if you can't do it, but he did. He showed up yesterday and did a good job, but it made me laugh.
Yeah, I will say, I mean, doing the 4-hour show in Vegas in that setting. Now, we're trying to blow it out next season, and I've already been talking to some people organizing. This thing is going to be huge, Whitey, in 2026.
Sure,
it's going to be enormous. So we'll have a full setup. I won't be sneaking around. I won't be sneaking into into rooms and things like that.
Hey, it's Allen Stiles with you in Las Vegas. Be quiet, we're working. Sorry.
They got papers. They're trying to get their articles in. I'm sitting there. Oh my goodness! But everybody ended up loving it at the end. They came up to me.
Juwan Jennings. Is the Kevon Looney hit the breaking of Yvonne Rodriguez's?
Whitey, we spent some time. Did you get a chance to look at the Sean Cunningham interview with Scott Perry?
No, I haven't.
It's great, man. It is great, and a lot of. I mean, obviously they're more surface level than not, but. He speaks on Malik Monk, and you can kind of dive into that the way you want to dive into it, but talks about Keegan Murray and Keon Ellis, just how everything is coming together. And one thing that we're going to break down even more so tomorrow is when Sean asked him, what is it that you think the Kings still need? He actually said time. He did not say a 4. He did not say a point guard. He said time. And I got to tell you, Whitey, I'm a sucker for talented individuals, and and that's why Juwan Jennings is my guy. But he does such a good job, Scott Perry does, with the media. I want to believe. Now,
I heard you talking.
I may be only believing in first round, but I want to believe that 36.5 as a win total is disrespectful. I want to believe that. I do.
Well, I have to check out that interview. Thank you for the heads up on that. But I have to tell you, I turned on the show today, and I enjoy listening to your show every day.
Oh, no.
Every day. No, today I went into a blind panic because the K word came up. Kyle Kuzma.
Oh, well.
I turned on Kyle Kuzma. What about Kyle Kuzma?
No, well,
I almost drove off the
pass
road.
the buck again?
No, this Kyle didn't understand the vision.
I mean, I'm just getting over the Ben Simmons thing that you were talking about.
I'm not talking about Ben Simmons.
Are clear now.
You understand my thought process. You do.
Do I?
Yeah, you do.
Sure doesn't sound like it.
The thought process is Keegan Murray and Nique.
Okay.
But you're just making the argument for just getting rid of DeRozan, not adding Kyle Kuzma.
No, and I think Kyle Kuzma is a distressed asset.
Kyle Kuzma's
There's a reason for that.
Kyle Kuzma's career low in shot attempts per game is still more than Keegan Murray's most shot attempts per game in a season.
Well, I got to admit, you scared me and you sent me when I got into work scrambling, to the internet. What's going on with Kuzma? And there's somebody with Athlon Sports or something who said, I think maybe they should go after Kuzma. So I could breathe a little easier.
I am in no way, shape, or form saying whether I would or wouldn't do it. I think that it could make a little bit of sense.
Okay. So you're saying you would do it.
I'm not saying I would do
under
it.
certain circumstances.
I said,
Are you in or you out, Alan?
If
This is Sports Talk Radio. Would you do it or not?
For DeRozan?
I guess. I mean, you're the one that set up the parameters of this exercise. That's what you were talking about, right?
I think I'd do it.
Okay.
I don't have to do it.
Right.
But I would.
Yeah.
I could be talked into it.
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather I would really do it if you give me Andre Jackson, 6'6" shooting guard. Bring him home.
Yeah.
We need more of those.
Bring him home. So you do it too. You don't have to say it on the air.
No, I don't think I would.
I think you would.
I wouldn't. Okay, I'm telling you, I would not do that. That's why you scared me so much when you brought it up.
You think he's that
I would
bad?
rather have Ben Simmons than
No,
Kyle
come
Kuzma.
on now.
I would.
Yeah. Perp, thank you for bringing it up. Now go ahead and say what you keep saying about Kuminga and Devin Carter.
Right now, I'd rather have Devin Carter than Kuminga. Because for one reason, I'd have to give up so much to get Kuminga. I'd have to pay him a lot. I'd have to give up a lot to get him. I'd have to move and change up my roster.
Okay.
Moving guys that I probably wouldn't get value
So
for.
you're not saying, but okay, Whitey, but that's not what you're saying. So you're not saying that you would take Devin Carter over Kuminga. You're saying that based on circumstances, you just wouldn't do it. Those are two different things.
Okay, but going along with what you say, to me, it's not a clear cut case where Kuminga, you got to get Kuminga. I've seen him play a lot. I know you have, and he's not a guy that I want to hitch my wagon to necessarily. If you bring Kuminga here, you bring him here to hitch your wagon to.
Yeah, and you got Sonic and Knuckles with Keegan and Kuminga. The K's.
What does that have to do with anything?
It's marketing. Thunder and Lightning.
His first name and Kuminga's last name.
I mean, Whitey.
Sonic and Knuckles aren't even the same letters.
No, but it doesn't have to be. You get those two.
Oh, and then you get Kuminga. I mean, excuse me. Then you get Kyle Kuzma, more K's.
No, you don't need Kuzma anymore.
All right, okay.
Because you got those two. Then you got Nique Clifford. Then you got Maxim Reno. I mean, this is exactly. You got Kuminga to slash to the basket. Man, I'm in. Keon.
You slash the basket.
What?
You don't expect him to pass you the ball.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's a dude. At least he thinks he is, and he's going to keep
and
telling
that's just
people.
it, and he may be, but nobody knows for sure.
Yeah, but he wants people to treat him like it right now, Whitey.
Right.
Right now. Whitey Gleason coming up next. Kyle Draper from somewhere coming up as well. And we have, is Jay not in today?
Jay's not in. We have Ramsey.
Okay, Ramsey is in today. Drive Guys coming up next, taking you up to 6 p.m. Thank you to Kyle Ledbetter. Thank you all the callers, texters, SAC chatters, not to the round table since they were too busy. We'll see them next week. And until tomorrow, secure the bag. Light the beat.
Don't forget my podcast.
Don't forget my podcast.
Gotta go. This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety